Shwara Funyalu. Ole, mamole, Monyalu Mati. Video Kitonga Yen Gala. Yen Mandonga Kitonga.
Professor Inkum, you are very welcome. We look forward to this submission, but I will encourage you to make it about 45 minutes so that I can give my audience also about 45 minutes to engage. Please listen attentively to Professor Inkum. Yes.
All right, thank
Does
you.
he have a mic?
Yes, I think this mic works. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. I want to stand on the existing protocols and go straight to my presentation. What I'll try to do is to take us through a journey that speaks to urbanization, a journey that speaks to what cities have been doing, a journey that talks about policies, a journey that will raise questions as to what we can do to resolve many of the issues that we have heard this morning and has been on the urban agenda for so long. So my responsibility will be to raise the issues, and hopefully in the sessions that are to follow, we will chew on the issues and try and resolve them. So I'm just hoping that my technical team, can you help me? Okay. All right. So this is how I'm going to proceed. I would look at the background to urbanization and associated challenges. I will look at the road to Ghana's 2012 National Urban Policy, then examine some of the outcomes of this policy, the 2012 one. Then I'll follow up with a question on the need for a new policy and look at the draft 2024 National Urban Policy, and I'll try and offer some strategies and draw conclusions. Now, we have heard this morning from the speakers who started us off that the world is now more urban than rural. And the projection is that by the year 2050, about 2/3 of the world's population will be living in urban areas. We have also learned that this increasing urbanization is critical for us on the African continent because our rate appears to be the highest. And Asia and Africa will grow at the rates that are indicated there, 54% and 32.5% respectively. Now, the critical issue is that in many instances, the urbanization dividend, that is the advantages that accrue as a result of all the advantages that urbanization brings, is not critically mentioned, and we don't take advantage of them. And as I will show, many times, it is only the negative that gains much attention. This morning we heard about the role of cities. How can we create cities that are smart, compact, livable, resilient? And if you look at the ability of cities to support its citizens, and you look at how they are growing, it tells you the dimensions of the problems that we have to respond to. This gives us an idea of certain cities in Africa. You see Dar es Salaam leading. up to Cape Town. And this projection was done for 2010 to 2025. And it gives you an idea of where we lie. I think Accra is somewhere number 10. The message is that our cities are growing. What do we have to do to respond to this growth? Now, as we have heard, rapid urbanization comes with a number of issues. These include climate change risks, disasters and vulnerability, traffic congestion, and I'm sure those of us who live in Accra are no strangers to this. Waste management issues. We also have to contend with sprawl, poverty, and insecurity. This morning we heard that one of the key objectives of our development is to make sure we leave nobody behind. But increasingly, poverty has become a feature of many urban centers. We have poor or inadequate housing and livable space. Overcrowding has become the norm. Slum development and lack of controls, destruction of urban forests and greens, among others. So the following slides will show you some of the dimensions of the urban problem we face. Waste management, climate-induced disasters, and as I mentioned, one of the key elements that we have to contend with is with climate change. Those of us who have been following the news, I think 2 weeks ago, we had a triple set of disasters involving airlines. First, it was Singapore Airlines, and then I think it was Qatar Airways, and then finally, it was Turkish Airlines. What was the issue? What meteorologists describe as CAT, clear air turbulence. And according to researchers in the University of Reading, all these events, the clear air turbulence, where planes suddenly drop because of wind direction change and all that, can be attributed to climate change. So urbanization, in addition to the problems that it brings and advantages, we also have to contend with several climate issues. And we know that climate-induced disasters are threatening the livelihoods of millions of people worldwide, particularly the poor and the vulnerable in Africa, Asia, and South America. The interesting thing is that those of us in the global South are less able, or we are less capacitated to be able to respond to the issues that are associated with climate change. So this world map gives us an idea of the pockets of vulnerability. And what I want to draw our attention to is the fact that if you look at Africa, where the red markings are, the impression we get is that Africa stands a risk. And we need to be able to respond to these risks. And unfortunately, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, and other countries are listed as among the very vulnerable to climate risks. In addition, we have this happening in many other parts of the world. I brought this particularly to show how the government of Mongolia they have to respond to the issues of extreme weather. And this particular phenomenon occurs when there's extreme snow, to the extent that fodder that is supposed to be available for cattle is hidden under thin ice, thick ice, which you cannot breathe through. And the government of Mongolia has to grapple with situations like this. In addition, we heard in recent times the devastation caused by landslides. The critical example was what we found in Sierra Leone some years ago. And currently, this morning, there was discussion on people building on top of the hills, Aguri, and all of that. These can be disasters, or these are, as a friend described, disasters waiting to happen. So within the urban context, we have to deal with all of these. Forest fires. Are also occurring, and the rate at which they are occurring have become an issue of contention. Urban floods. I think the most recent ones were in Dubai. Some people speculated that we're trying to manufacture rain, and it backfired. But whatever the causes are, we have to contend with some of these issues. And of course, if you are a resident of Accra, you don't need to be told about urban floods. There was a particular incident that happened in Kumasi. I had gone to the center of the city to go do some shopping, and it started to rain. And the shop owner, we took refuge in a shop owner's shop. So this elderly woman said in, I'll say it in P, meba, mbamucha mumbra mejina table iso, because in Sune started say a befa haina. And that was we took her advice, jumped on the table, and the way the floods came, within seconds, the whole place was flooded. So these are issues that we are contending with. Traffic congestion. A colleague of mine who left Kumasi to come and work in Accra said, Dan, I think I should have stayed in Kumasi. And I asked, why? I have to get up at 3 o'clock. My kids eat breakfast in the car and do their homework in the car when we are returning. So, traffic congestion. And imagine the hours of productive work we could have done without spending this time in traffic. So these are all critical issues that we have to deal with. Industrial pollution. I always say before, for example, the Environmental Protection Agency came up, what was happening was that you did anything. Industries just produced and released emissions into the air. So all of these are things that we have to contend with within the urban context. Melting glaciers. We are being told that some glaciers that had never melted are now melting. Of course, it brings advantages and disadvantages. For example, we know that in Greenland, certain lands that had never been open for agriculture had now become available for agriculture because of ice melts. But what does it mean in terms of countries that are downstream, extreme flooding and other incidents related to climate change? So we also know that as a result of all of these, there have been some global responses to climate impacts. For example, we have the UNFCCC, some of the protocols, the new urban agenda, the Glasgow Climate Summit, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, AU Agenda 2063, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and some of the commitments and the outcomes. But What we know is that from all the figures that we have, of course, we have the climate skeptics who say that, well, as it was in the beginning, it's now and never shall be. So there are those who do not believe that climate change is happening. But for us, within our lifetime, we see the effects of climate change. I'll give you a story, a childhood story. My mother used to bake. In fact, my sister is now taking care of the bakery. My mother baked for over 60 years. And as a kid, I had to take bread. For those who know Takoradi very well, from Apremdo to Lagos town, carry it on my head. And there was a stream just before you get to Kwesiminti. It was so dense that anytime I got there, I had to wait for people to accompany me to cross the river. The last time I visited, the stream was a gutter. So for me, in my lifetime, the effects of climate change are visible, and we need to respond to them within the context of urbanization. So we also know that in terms of responses, we have already said that for countries of the South, our ability to respond to many of the issues are much more limited. Of course, our economies are smaller, even though we are less polluting than many industrial countries. Our ability to respond to these issues is much more limited. And so, what this means is that if you talk about a game, we become the losers. And this has implications for how we respond in terms of policies and action. Now, having looked at the global issues surrounding urbanization, climate change, and all the issues, we want to look at where we have come from in terms of policy, because I believe that we have gathered here today to be able to contribute to what we want to see in the future. And it's a very great opportunity because a few days ago, we saw the launching of our long-term National Development Perspective Framework, the Ghana Vision 2057. So I think together with the ideals that are enshrined in the framework, we can also think about how we can respond to the issues that we have examined. So let's take a little bit of a trip to history and look at the road to Ghana's 2012 National Urban Policy. Now, we know the context that Ghana's urban settlements have tripled in population, rising from 4 million in 1984 to nearly 14 million by the year 2020. And urban populations growth has been faster in smaller cities. If you look at the secondary cities, the Akim-Suedrus, the Kintampos, the Techimans are growing very fast. And as we heard, many of these don't even have structure plans. And we are not in the place to be able to do any meaningful investment without these. This morning at the breakfast show, the director of the National Development Planning Commission spoke about this and actually mentioned that we go around inviting investors, and when they come, even a simple spatial plan is not available for them to work with. So we need to look at the population growth, and we also know and have heard this morning that urban settlements are key drivers of economic and structural transformation. Cities have a role to play. Urbanization has a role to play to be able to transform our economy. So, at the base of the 2012 National Urban Policy, we imagined that urban transformation could be a strategic driver for poverty reduction. So we said that if we use urban policy as a way of responding to all the defects that we have seen, we'll be able to make an impact on poverty. In terms of the analysis, we said that despite the efforts, the benefits of urbanization, the transition has become a strain. We have not positioned ourselves in a way to be able to take advantage of the urban transition and derive the benefits thereof. And so the effects were some of the things that we have already spoken about: poor sanitation and solid waste collection, traffic congestion, noise pollution, poor housing conditions, among others. So in 2012, the government of Ghana, through the ministry, developed the first ever, at the time it was the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. We developed the first ever comprehensive national urban policy with an associated action plan to coordinate and manage the process of urbanization and to provide responses to the challenges that we have mentioned. The urban policy at the time had 12 objectives, 76 policy initiatives, and 277 key activities. And the action plan represented initiatives related to implementation activities within a 5-year time frame. Now let's look at how we fared with the first ever national urban policy. So we're going to look at some analysis of performance of the national urban policy. Now, what happened was that a gap analysis was carried out, and the idea was to use that as a surrogate measure to see how the policy had performed. So, for the first objective, we noticed that the policy failed to explore the options of supporting positive economic, social, and environmental links between urban and rural areas, and strengthening national and regional development planning as indicated by the SDG 11. Again, there was an absence of a clearly outlined migration intervention or migration interventions to manage urbanization and sprawl. This morning we heard a lot about urbanization, sprawl, and it's happening even in secondary cities, both within the forest zone, the savanna zone, and the transition zones of Ghana. So for the first objective, there was the inability of the policy to bring about a connection to develop the urban and rural areas together. For the second objective, ensure efficient urban infrastructure and service delivery. And in the address by the World Bank, one of the key things that was mentioned was the fact that consistently we have not been able to provide municipal services to our citizens. How did the policy perform? There was an absence of specific activities, measures, and targets in the National Urban Plan, investment plan, and the Monitoring and Evaluation Plan that ensures the safety and security of the vulnerable and the disabled with respect to the transport sector. Number 3, strengthening applied research in urban and regional development. The policy failed to indicate how the policies were aimed at putting in place measures to achieve the goal of implementing planned and well-managed migration policy to facilitate orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people. Improving access to adequate and affordable low-income housing. I think in one of the speeches this morning, we also heard about the housing deficit and the need to respond effectively to that. Now, in the policy of 2012, one of the key things that the policy sought to achieve was to upgrade slums and also improve upon the dilapidated housing stock, especially in urban areas, and especially for those areas that were selected as growth poles in line with the target of SDG 11. But an analysis showed that there was also a gap. Promoting climate change adaptation and mitigation mechanisms. In the policy, one found it hard to see anything that responded to interventions to identify the poor and those in vulnerable situations so as to be able to put in measures to address these issues. The next objective tried to look at how the national urban policy was linked with international agreements. And in this respect, we saw a linkage to many of the international development agendas, but it was not very clear how these protocols could enable a successful implementation of the policy. There was also an objective on formal-informal sector development. And in the policy, you could see either covert or overt emphasis on the formal sector to the disadvantage of the informal sector. And all of us as Ghanaians know that most of our cities are informal. And so the context, the texture of our cities will have to be taken in consideration in planning. Sorry about that. Right. Another objective was strengthening applied research in urban and regional development and institutional coordination and functioning. And we see that going through the urban policy, not much effort was put into how this was going to be done. And this morning, the minister mentioned the fact that one of the key problems has to do with coordination of stakeholder activities in order to create synergies for urban development. So, having looked at the 2012 urban policy, we tried to summarize the performance to give us an idea of where or our ability to implement the policy and what things we had to take into consideration going forward. So, on the 12 objectives, what was done was to look at the initiatives in the various sectors and to look at the number of activities that were undertaken in each of these areas and we scored each of these activities and looked at the total performance. So if you weighed the National Urban Policy, you would see that overall, the percentage achieved was about 50%, which is just satisfactory. So at the end of 5 years duration, out of the total possible score of 1385, and that is if all the projects that were itemized were implemented, only 50% were implemented. And I think this sounds an alarm to us, and this morning we heard it as well. We are good at designing the policies, but perhaps we are not good at making sure that there is implementation. However, 7 out of the 12 objectives scored less than 50%, and only one objective, promoting urban safety and security, had an appreciable score of 66%. And again, many of the things that were implemented could not be directly attributed to the effects of the policy. And we see this in our MMDAs as well. You do an evaluation, there is a medium-term development plan, you look at it, the number of projects that are planned, you find out that along the line, several activities find their way into the medium-term development plan. And these are some of the issues that we have to contend with. And we also saw that perhaps the time frame was too short for the urban policy to be able to have an impact. Continuing with the summary of the implementation of the policy, we saw that institutional coordination of the policy was weak, and we have heard this again. So the question is, how can we, as stakeholders, come together and ensure that we are able to create synergies and get the policy working? A number of the things that were planned for could not be achieved. There was an unclear approach to addressing the challenge of migration, for example, which we all know is one of the major drivers of Ghana's urbanization process. In some countries, you probably need permission. At least I know that about Indonesia. You need permission to move from the rural area to be able to go into the urban area. So migration as a cause of urbanization and sprawl was not properly analyzed. However, some level of improvement in urban services and infrastructure and investments in growth centers was achieved. But establishing Ghanaian cities as internationally and nationally competitive business centers was not realized. And it takes specific action and specific planning to be able to do that. Now, even though the 2012 National Urban Policy sought to establish rural service centers and strengthen rural-urban linkages in order to promote agriculture, it failed to spell out the specific types of linkages in terms of space, in terms of the economy, in terms of other linkages. And then also we know that the objectives of local economic development was not sufficiently achieved due to lack of sufficiently robust systems, inadequate coordination, and local capacity. So, having looked at the 2012 National Urban Policy and the achievements, there was the need to look at how we could use the lessons in implementation to be able to design a new policy. So, in terms of the challenges, a number of them have been enumerated on this slide. and which called for action in the new urban policy. For example, promoting urban economic development, promoting a spatially integrated hierarchy of urban settlements, improving environmental quality of urban life, planning and management of urban sprawl, provision of infrastructure and services, among others. So let's now look at the draft urban policy and see how, looking at the 2012 urban policy, some of the key areas were responded to. As was mentioned this morning, the draft is still in the process of being accepted for implementation. However, it was developed considering the emerging urbanization trends, national aspirations, and international protocols and commitments. It is a visionary framework aimed at transforming urban settlements into prosperous, safe, and inclusive habitats of sustainable development. And the aim of this policy is to provide a clear direction to all stakeholders gathered here and institutions involved in transforming urban settlements and their surroundings in Ghana. And this means we need the national government, sectoral MDAs, MMDAs, private enterprises, all residents, NGOs, and traditional authorities. Now, we delve a bit into what the draft contains. This draft is backed by international commitments and obligations, as Ghana is a member of the international community. And some of these include the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework, the SDGs, the new Urban Agenda, AU Agenda 2063, and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. In addition, it takes into consideration the national development and policy frameworks, some of which are the Long-Term National Development Plan 2018 to 2057, which was just launched, Ghana Beyond Aid, and also the Ghana National Spatial Development Framework. Others include the National Transport Policy of 2020, Local Economic Development Policy 2020, the National Land Policy of 1999, and the National Population Policy of 2017. There are 8 objectives that this draft policy seeks to attend to. 29 strategies and 132 activities, and all of these are aimed at achieving an inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable urban settlements in Ghana. And as the theme speaks to us, the idea is to ensure that, or it will depend on the cooperation, collaboration, and coordinated action of all stakeholders who play a role in urban development. It seeks to clarify stakeholders' responsibilities in urban governance and emphasizes the importance of shared responsibility and prosperity. This morning at the breakfast session, once again, the director of the National Development Planning Commission mentioned the fact that it is quite often the case that we blame politicians for all the ills that we see, but residents, public servants, business people are all responsible. And the basic question we need to answer in these 2 days is, how can we all pool our efforts together so that we'll be able to implement the new, the draft policy when it comes on stream. So, in terms of institutions, the policy envisages that MMDAs, MDAs, NGOs, CSOs, academia, private sector, and professional bodies who were consulted will be active in making sure that the implementation takes place. I remember years ago, we had this forum on academia industry linkages. How do we, for example, take advantage of the large number of students who are available for data collection, for field work, for us to be able to have the evidence that will give us the opportunity to implement something. We know that, at least for Rwanda, all that you see in Kigali was started because students decided to keep the city clean. And over time, industry logged on and began paying for vacation assignments and all of that. So there is a role for each one of us to play. Consultations also included zonal-based regional meetings and a national validation exercise to reach a consensus. And institutional arrangements for implementing the policy are proposed to be driven by resource optimization and leverage, identifying key national and community stakeholders, and assigning them distinct responsibilities in its implementation. So as you sit, you have to begin to think about what role your institution, your organization, your agency will play in the implementation of the policy when it comes on stream. And the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development, Decentralization and Rural Development is going to coordinate and monitor the implementation, ensuring that all actors, all stakeholders are brought on stream. So, in this last session, I'm going to propose some strategies which I think we have to consider. And I hope that in the breakout sessions and in our discussions, we'll test these to see the implementability and the chances of helping us to resolve some of the issues associated with our urban policy. The first one is encouraging and strengthening public-private partnerships for urban resilience and transformation. PPPs are not new, but we need to be transformative in our thinking. What kind of approaches will bring the benefits that we need in terms of the public and private sectors? Which areas should the private sectors take over? Which areas should the public sector take the lead? Which areas should we collaborate? And so I am hoping that we can emphasize partnerships with international, national, and local bodies for urban resilience and transformation. Just as the UN system is helping the World Bank, we also need to make sure our national institutions and local institutions are fully engaged. It also should be the success of the new urban policy, the draft, when it comes to stream, should also be anchored on the fact that we actively engage the private sector to expand infrastructure and build resilience and transformation. Urban residents and their associations should not only serve as beneficiaries of the proposed intervention programs and activities, but instead be active participants. They should also become facilitators and partners in implementing and monitoring activities. Again, we need to emphasize local actions for successful and sustainable urban transformation and resilience. In some countries, especially in the Southern African region, you cannot simply undertake a development without the citizens reacting. But in Ghana, we have the tendency to say, give it to God. God will not come down and implement the policies that we design. We as citizens will have to take an active part. We know that MMDAs are confronted with challenges of inadequate resources and skills, but this has to be addressed. At least we know that for the last 2 years, the National Development Planning Commission has been working actively to try and link planning with budget. Now that is done. So whenever you carry out an activity, or even before you carry it out, you have to show us the link between the activity and the budget for it. Now, once this has started, we hope that the idea that there are no resources for implementation will be a thing of the past. Mechanisms for promoting downward accountability to urban residents is crucial. I think that one of the biggest issues we face is the fact that people can do anything and go scot-free without accountability. And so when we design this policy, we should ask ourselves what roles we can play to be able to ensure accountability to those whom we have given the opportunity to lead us. And then we need to integrate urban governance framework and institutional reforms to respond to the growing needs of urban centers for sustainable and orderly urban development. Again, participatory approaches and clear institutionally defined roles towards proposed policy implementation is required. And so in our groups, we need to be able to clearly define what roles we are supposed to perform to be able to make sure that the policy is translated into action. We are also looking at the fact that urban development is catered for by the Ministry of Rural Development. And so the question is, can we do something about the institutional setup? And the recommendation is to look at the Urban Development Unit and to see whether it can become a directorate to be able to lead the discussion on this matter. This is a suggested implementation institutional arrangements for the urban policy. We see in terms of coordination and monitoring, implementation, and then partnerships. So at the top there, we have the Interministerial Coordinating Committee on Decentralization, the ministry, and the relevant sector ministries. And then in terms of implementation, we have the departments and agencies, the development authorities, private sector, civil society organizations, and then partnerships with other development partners, academia. All of these coming together would ensure that we are able to get a hold on our urbanization. Again, as we saw in the evaluation of the 2012 National Urban Policy, coordination was an issue, so integrated approach encompassing multiple strategies at all levels to make sure that we can tackle the issues, giving attention to the local areas and ensuring that we are able to respond to the issues. So in conclusion, the voices of urban residents and their potential to contribute to building resilient futures are often absent from resilience documents, strategies, and initiatives, contributing to social exclusion, growing vulnerability, and increasing poverty. Building resilience and sustaining socioeconomic growth requires citizen and community participation in the planning process, better local planning practices, training in geospatial analysis and simulation models, and incorporating the assistance that we receive from international partners instead of dominance. So to close, I'm quoting Einstein, who said, "We cannot solve problems with the kind of thinking we employed when we came up with them." Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Inkum. He's done a solid job, even though you spoke for 55 minutes. Indeed, in reaction to the theme, he explored our roots by looking at the urban problems, how the 2012 National Urban Policy sought to respond, and the gaps in implementation, indicating that we fulfilled about 50% of what we intended to. He examined how to grow the future through the proposed National Urban Policy 2024, which is still in draft, with the institutional arrangements, partnership in formulation and implementation. And then he helped us to chart the way forward by proposing various strategies and partnerships, local actions, governance, institutional arrangements, including the voices of urban residents, addressing issues of exclusion, capacity, and logistics to achieve urban resilience and transformation. The quote from Einstein suggests that we urgently need new thinking, because what we thought previously is certainly not going to hold water. So let's give Professor Inkum another round of applause. And we want to see if we can give it a bit of discussion in the next 30 minutes, and then we'll break at 2 sharp for lunch, if that's okay with everybody. As you can see, the Slido is on. Asking a question, what is your major takeaway from the presentation? However, the floor is also open for in-person contributions, questions, and maybe additions or even disagreements, if you like, to this session. So I'm going to move myself here. He talked about inclusivity and inclusion. So our strategies must include people without leg. So I can sit where I can see people, and then, yes, please. I can see people, I can, yes. I'm going to take 3 at a time, and then we'll see what we can do with it. And Professor Inkum, you answer what you can. What you can't, you don't. Onipa beyebi. There are discussion sessions, panel discussions, small group. So what you want to comment, you comment. Then we are going to eat lunch. Number 1, who wants to make a submission? I thought, oh, Papa, wonderful. Mr. Poku Pacho, I may have a snippet 2, 3 be now. You are number 1, senior. Number 2, And then who else? Who else will do number 3 for me? Number 3, I recognize you. Okay, please give the man a mic. Who is helping with the mic? Oh, Pamela, can I have one of the Miss Gunners to help me with the mic? Miss Ghana Fue, yay. Mike. Yep, there we go. Okay, Mr. Ghana, please give the mic. Yeah, all right.
If you are going to ask a professor a question, you must be careful.
Indeed.
Probably it's a clarification. Prof, the Urban 12, National Urban Policy, they were able to implement only 50%. Was it due to lack of capacity to implement, or it was due to a flaw in the preparation? Whichever way, have they been taken care of in the draft so that we can do something beyond the 50% in the second draft? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go here. Number 2 is here.
Thank you very much, Prof, for a wonderful presentation. Mine is also...
Please, I would love it if people introduce
themselves. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Opoku. Okay, my name is Clifford Amwako. I'm from the Department of Planning, KNUST. So my question is also coming from the back of what Mr. Opoku asked. I saw that in the 50% of what we said we would implement was achieved. 2 questions. One is that how has the institutional systems been rearranged to respond to the new policy? Yes, so that's number 1. And then number 2 is that there was an organizational chart on slide 46, which seems to be the new institutional arrangement for implementing the new urban policy. And the people we said we want to include is not present on that framework. So how is the new policy bringing in the normal everyday urban dweller on board in terms of implementation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3 is here. Yeah, thank you.
Francis Ofusukovia is my name, from the private sector. I do building construction and agriculture, and also climate change advocacy and grassroots advocate. I have 2 questions. The first one is, anytime you attend conference of this nature, you hear the word, we have the policies, but the implementation. But this statement is not coming from the grassroots. That is, those at the low level. It's coming from the high. So now that professor is here, I want to ask, who will do the implementation for us? Then my last question is, most of the time they are community projects. The community people will be there, especially the community chief, then they'll call them, we are coming to do this project for you. Sometimes the community is not aware, and it's not their priority area. At the end of the day, you see the projects halfway. We are talking about urbanization, and in the morning we heard that there was East Legon green belt there, but some 10 years ago, all this green belt is gone. How do we deal with these issues? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof, let me capture 1 or 2 more, and then these ones you can answer them, I know. Right. Can I have a couple more then? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Franklin Walia, Office of the Head of Local Government Service. Franklin Walia.
Okay, right.
Yeah. My question has to do with the communication strategy. Many a times we have a lot of these policies, and dissemination is a bit limited, particularly to those that the policies really are expected to serve. So what is the communication strategy for the new, policy? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nanikuya Beme, architect Nanikuya Beme. I'm representing LUSPA as a Ghana Institute of Architects rep on the board. I see so much work has been done, but I'm finding it a little difficult because I'm not seeing architects here, Ghana Institute of Architects. I'm not seeing engineers, and we are so key and critical to what's happening. So I don't know how this the new one is going to capture these key stakeholders in it. And the second one being that, is there any radical solution for the problems we've identified? Because it looks like the kind of problems we have, our solutions need to be radical. If we keep doing the same things, we may end up with the same issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think I will attempt to respond to some of the issues that have come up. I will start with my head of department, Professor Mwakun's question on the issue of the people. I think that there are several points where people can be involved in national development. If you look at our decentralization policies, the role of communities are enshrined in there. It's also enshrined in our constitution. I think that if you look at the whole development process, the way assemblies do development, one of the key elements is community participation and consultation. The question is, are we able to do it? But beyond the question, I think that we need to explore ways of getting the voices of people heard at the local level. This morning we heard that whether you work for an international organization or not, you live at the local community. So for all of us, I think the question is, how best can we participate in activities that concern us? If the assembly has a program, do we go show up there? Do we raise objections? Do we try to participate in the whole development process? I think that those are the linkage points where we can put our voices there. In addition to that, I think that I can link that up to the communication strategy that somebody also asked. It will interest you to know, and you are my head of department. On Monday, I had a class, and so I decided to ask my final year development planning class how many of them were aware of the long-term national development perspective framework. It was just a small percentage. So I think we need to get the message out there, get people excited, and get people involved. I know that the National Development Planning Commission, before they launched it, had a meeting with editors and threw the message to them. And I hope that that will continue so that many more Ghanaians will have the opportunity to participate. The second one had to do with the institutions. I know that for the policy to be effective, systems, institutions, processes will have to be changed, some of them, to be able to respond to the issues that we face now. And my thinking is that doing that is not very easy because these structures have come and have stayed and have endured. And so if you really want to change it, you need to engage in a specific change management process. I think the problem is that sometimes people come and they want to change everything. But because the institution exists, it means that there is something that is working. So it is up to us to be able to identify, one, what we can maintain within institutions, two, what we need to adapt in institutions, three, what we need to throw away altogether. The challenge lies in our ability to identify what to maintain, what to adapt, and what to throw away. If we are able to do that, then I think they will be responsive to the policies that we design. The third one or the fourth one had to do with the inclusion of other professionals. Madam, I think that in planning, we say planning is multi and interdisciplinary. So we cannot do without you. And the idea of this forum is to see how we can bring all professions and ordinary people together. So you are on board, and other people as well. I think I will stop there. Are there any? I noted these three.
Somebody talked about the top-down nature of projects to communities. I think the gentleman from the private sector. The first question was, what were the causes of the 50% implementation? Was it a question of capacity or drafting flaw? I think that was what Uncle Kwesipoku said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
let me attempt to answer that. I think we can look at it from different perspectives. I personally believe that even at the local level, we have quite a good number of skilled staff. You go to the assemblies, and with all due apology, sometimes very remote areas, and you go and you meet people who are doing very good work. I think that what we need to focus attention on is to make sure that the systems that we have put in place actually do work. And that is why I say that citizens have a big role to play. What happens if you see somebody developing in an area that is supposed to be a buffer? What do you do? Or if you have the money and somebody is selling you land that is supposed to be for a playground, do you buy it? So for me, it is not an issue of capacity, but an issue of how we respond and the systems that we have in place to make sure that people are accountable. Thank you.
I think the question about the top-down, top-down imposition of projects on communities, do we want to say something small about that?
All right. From some of the work that we have done, we know that, for example, if you, for example, in the final year, what we do is that we try and look at plan implementation management, how assemblies are able to implement their plans. And one of the strategies we use is to go take a look at their medium-term development plan, look at what activities they said they would do, and how many have been implemented. And sometimes you find out that a number of things come into the plan which are not actually planned for. Of course, the reasons are varied. Sometimes we call them political projects and others. But there are others which have to come in because of certain, let me say, emergencies. If emergencies happen, then certain projects will have to be undertaken to respond to the emergencies. But I think the general process is that plans are not normally top-down. It's not the case, because assemblies have medium-term development plans. There are processes that they go through, and it is likely that not every project can be taken on board. And there should be a system of prioritizing and making sure that you go from one project to the other. So the fact that you go to a community and you talk to people and they say, we didn't know about this project, doesn't mean the process was flawed. It could simply have been the fact that maybe even at the time that they did the community forum, the person was absent, and so they didn't get to hear of it. The process at the local level tells us that you can't just, let me say, smuggle projects in. And people are really informed. But the extent to which this information goes and the extent to which people can participate. If you look at Einstein's ladder of participation, it's not every participation that is participation. People really have to make sure they have a say. And when they do, I think they'll be prepared to contribute.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm hearing a number of things here. Systems must work. Because as you were saying, our National Development Planning System has a process for bottom-up planning in addition, which should involve consultation, engagement, and prioritization, and all of those. And systems that work, processes we've agreed to must be enforced and adhered to, and implementation must be tracked to learn the lessons and bring them on board. These are some of the things that I'm hearing in all of this. There are a number of questions that are coming up from our slider over here. And also, we have a number of participants online who are joining by Zoom. Somebody's asking, the institutional arrangements to implement the policy needs to improve. I think that is why there's a recommendation for a stronger coordinating entity in the ministry. The UDU, with the urban development, in fact, should be elevated to a directorate, that's what I heard, with a multi-stakeholder, a multi-institutional steering committee, I think. And the major factors that contributed to the limited success of the, I think that was the question Uncle Kwesi Poku was asking. Was it an issue of capacity? Was it an issue of being overtaken by events? I was in an event somewhere, I think last week, where we realized that as Ghana, we are not doing a lot of futures reflection. I mean, we are not anticipating enough. I mean, because the person who was speaking was raising the issue of some EU, new EU protocols, which could pose challenges to whether our products involve deforestation and carbon and that kind of thing. And it looks like we are smiling prettily and not responding to some of these things, So perhaps we were overtaken by events. Perhaps we didn't anticipate enough. I think also you raised issues of coordination. We all agree and nod and then go off on our merry ways. I mean, because when the Vision 2057 was launched last week, I was asking myself, how many entities are committing and buying into this 2057? They smile prettily today. Tomorrow, when they get there, so we'll put it somewhere and let's do something else. And then the adoption of the bottom-up approach. And the person is interested if the new policy includes a public transport strategy, and if it adopts a transport-oriented development, urban networks of GNSDF. Somebody has put that. Do we know that? Prof, who's helping you with the answers to these questions? Do we know whether it includes a public transport strategy? Professor Awatri, I saw you smiling and nodding as you were presenting. Do you have any answers to help? You don't have answers. Hey, Professor, please start nominating people to assist you. It can't be.
Okay, I'm going to nominate Professor Michael Pokubuensi.
Where's Prof?
Who is a transport specialist.
Give it to
My
him.
colleague at the Department of Planning. Professor Buensi.
Prof, apart from the walls of the dweller, you... Hey, where's the man going? Okay.
Okay, what I can say in response to the question there is that I remember I had about a year ago on the policy with Professor when they were working on it, and things that I remember he told me was that considered a lot of the transport to address them in the final document. So I'm sure it's been captured in the process within there.
Right. I agree, because as Prof said, it's supposed to be a draft, and there's a whole session on it tomorrow. There's a breakout session on it tomorrow. Mr. Addison, why are you looking at my face about this? Yes. Yes. Okay, wait, Mom. I'm
So I'm from the ministry. It take cognizance of the urban mobility issues.
Okay.
There's a theme in the policy that recognizes the need. And as a matter of fact, because the Ministry of Transport have transportation policy or transport policy, a lot of transport issues are taken care of. Of course, the urban mobility and accessibility issue have been taken on board in the national urban policy. Thank you.
Okay, I have a mic here, but we are still looking at this. But let me hear you. Senior, let me hear you, and then I'll go back to this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm fond of this mic. Please come and get it.
My concern has to do with the.
Please.
I'm sorry, I'm Daniel Nkrumah, the Municipal Coordinating Director, Lada Diketopo Municipal Assembly.
Continue.
My concern has to do with the percentage achievement of our previous plan. And as a grassroots man, somebody who is at the implementation stage, I want us to look at the new policy that is coming up, if we are going to factor into it how the implementation will be done at the grassroots. First of all, our land tenure system is still an issue. Who owns it? We know that here in Ghana, the traditional authorities own the land, and here in Accra, some parts, it's family kind of thing. As an assembly, when we want to make sure that the local plans are being implemented according to the scheme, you find it difficult to implement that. The traditional authorities are there, the local people are there, the politicians are there. Even assembly member will tell you that this container, if you remove it from here, I will lose my election, so please allow the container to be there. So how do we work? So really, when we come and sit here and think that we want to do something better for the people, and the same people don't want the thing to flow, I become sad. How can we go to Chado here? How people are building in the buffer reserves. So please, this forum perhaps must be able to institute a kind of policy that my engineers, planners, and those who go to the field will not be chased out by langars. When you report, nobody will come and support you. My engineer was locked up for about 1 hour. Next time when you send him to go and stop people who are building indiscriminately, do you think he will go? No. Please, I'm worried about this. Something must be done now and make Ghana prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Something radical must be done to make Ghana prosperous, to facilitate enforceability and delivery. Yes. Prof, you want to respond to a couple of things? Yes, please. Sorry, why?
All right, thank you very much. I just wanted to respond to the last speaker. I understand your frustration and everything, but despair doesn't resolve anything. And so my suggestion would be to have alliances so that you are not alone. I can give you one example of with the Ministry of Agriculture. The Wenchi Agricultural Research Station, Kwame Nkrumah obtained a lot of lands for the station. And 5 years ago, I did some work there and saw that most of the lands were being retaken by the chiefs. So in a discussion, the idea was to make sure you caught the friendship of the chiefs. And so now they are partners, and this taking over government land is a thing of the past. So I understand your situation very well, but apply the bylaws. You have the policies. You don't need new ones. But I also am in practice, and I know that it is not easy to go and tell somebody to stop work, but have alliances. And if you have alliances, that could be a way of dealing with the situation. But I think that a much broader issue is a kind of orientation all of us need as Ghanaians to be able to stand up for the right. And so in the long-term national perspective framework, there is an aspect that talks about even attitudes. Those of us who are of my age, you remember that when we did civics, we had a good citizen, the bad citizen, and then the passive citizen. We were taught how to be loyal to Ghana as young people. And so I think that aside from building the alliances, aside from making sure that you being the planning authority has the ability to apply the bylaws and ensure enforcement, you also, as a nation, need to change the way we look at things. And I think that is what all of us have to do. And when we do that, I think we'll be making a headway, step by step, but we'll get there. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I want to say that I'll just listen to you. You are the last one, but let me serve notice that all of these questions are for us to reflect over the next 2 days together. You know, they are marching orders to tick and examine whether what we have is responding to this. And then also in the panel and breakout group discussions, these issues must have answers, because these are this is the diagnosis, so to speak, from a body such as ours. So say yours, I'll say mine, and then we break for lunch. Okay.
So thank you for granting me this opportunity. And I'm Idris Mutawakil with Land Use and Spatial Plan Authority, Ahafo region. Yeah, so mine has to do with what our coordinating director has just raised. So by way of also giving you maybe 1 or 2 recommendations how to look at them. I think in one of my assemblies, in one of our assemblies, let me put it that way, we also had similar incidents where the Building and Planning Inspectorate Unit, they were beaten up. So what we did at the Special Planning Committee, as Prof is saying, was to strengthen our collaboration. So hence, when we just make it that they will go to site for inspection with the Honorable District Chief Executive Officer. Yeah. Then we also communicated to the DISEC. So when they are going for site inspection, they go with a police. So they went, they were harassed, they were beaten. So we said then, let's make it that when you are going out for inspections, then you have to go with the policemen. So I think so this is one of the ways that you can do so that we ensure that people are not being beaten up.
Okay, you know, I hope there are no traditional authorities in this room. They are very wonderful people. Let me, this man, I'm granting a dispensation because he was actually locked up. And then I will close.
Yeah, thank you. I think what you said, we have implemented that they didn't work. We were at a site with 6 policemen. The land guards asked me whether I want to see my intestines. And the policeman told me, please, engineer, let's go back. So the issue goes beyond the policing. In fact, in one jurisdiction, I have to escape with Honorable MC's vehicle because they pounced on my pickup, and then the boys has to shield me to the MC's vehicle, and then we ran away. It's not easy. People who were burdened in a road decided that they will not stop, and then they blocked us and started calling langars on motorbike. For 1 hour, they were videoing us and all that. In fact, a lot of threatening messages and all that. I think that our big men should be able to take the lead. We were at Sadler, and then a whole developer pulled a gun on us. In fact, we reported the issue to police. Till date, anytime I go to police, they say, oh, engineer, same way, you see, at a point, a whole developer reported my task force, 6 of them, Osu police station, alleging that they've come to steal $18,000 from a site. In fact, having $18,000 at your site is even a money laundry. But the police followed the developer, arrested 6 of my task force, stripped them naked, and put them to cells for the whole day. Yes, Osu police. So the issue is multifaceted, which we need everybody on board to help us. In fact, for our area here, it's very serious. So I don't have one route when I'm going home. I have several routes. So, notwithstanding, we are still working. But I think that we need, once we have a military, once a while, they should come to assist us so we can confront the challenges and move on. Otherwise, we'll be handicapped. We are civilians. We are not armed. So once we are threatened, even calling my people, we say, oh, boss, but we need to go beyond that. We have also swear to work for Mother Ghana, but not to also lose our lives. So please, thank you very much for your audience.
Somebody is really worrying me over there. Please say it very quickly and let me close.
Yes, my name is Bobi Osei. I work with the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications.
Okay.
Just a quick one. Technology in 2012, I believe, was not so integral to our development, but now we're talking about 5G, 6G. Speaking about technology and its related infrastructure, how much has that been prioritized at the planning stage for the next couple of years? For example, you're talking about fiber infrastructure. All of us witnessed how much the cuts, on March 14, for example, affected, everyone. And even though there's right of way provided for utilities, it appears that priority for telecommunications infrastructure and technology infrastructure it has not been a thing that has been, at the top. So going forward at this very stage, the planning stage, how much priority has been given to it? Because going forward, if we want to be competitive as urban centers, not even nationally, but internationally, we need our people to be connected and communicating. So I just want to find out in terms of priority.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I believe that the draft, what I've seen of it, does have a dedicated section to that. That's number one. Number two, in this breakout, conference, there's a breakout session dedicated to technology and digitalization and digitization, how to use that. Number three, I do know that the Public Services Commission devoted its last conference of chief executives to using technology and digitization and setting out some requirements, moving forward with that kind of approach. So if these 3 prongs, even 20% of these 3 prongs are followed through, we should be able to see some change in all of that. So that's a quick say to that. Ladies and gentlemen, our appetites are whetted for the discussion, but at the same time, that's my role here. To bring this session to an end, I want us to give Prof and ourselves a very warm round of applause. I have an announcement to make. We are many, so they divided us into 2 groups for lunch. There's a lovely garden arrangement out here where most of us are going to go. But I've been directed to say that the moderators, the panelists, guest speakers, heads of institutions, and development partners are going into the restaurant. So, yes. So the moderators, panelists, guest speakers, heads of institutions, development partners, you are in the restaurant. And the rest of us are going to enjoy the salubrious garden outside. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch, and 3 o'clock sharp. I don't play with my time. I want you out of this room 4:30. So, bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch. Goodbye.
soki omoni bombaka na motema ekoluka ndongo bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo likambo eboma mboka bilobaloba likambo eboma mboka songi songi bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo zala na mayele soki oyoki likambo zala na mayele tango bakotuna yo bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo obimi yo na moninga bandeko bosali ndoki bombaka na motema ekoluka matata bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo okei mboka ya bato okuti likambo soki osongi bandeko bombaka na motema bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo mboka bilobaloba songi songi bikumbakumba bimemamema bikundola kundola likambo bakundaki yo ekokundula soki okei na ndako ya moninga soki okendaki kolia lia soki okendaki kosenga senga soki okendaki mpo ozangi vanda tala tika kokumba makambo ya ngana kedi ibune yekako eboma mboka bilobaloba likambo eboma mboka songi songi bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo zala na mayele soki oyoki likambo zala na mayele ntango kofunda moninga bandeko bomba makambo bomba makambo obimi yo na moninga bandeko bosali ndoki bombaka na motema koyebisaka te bandeko
Alukenu ngolofwa kamubingi kiase mwene wando kalabenyaba emengondo yanye namona mwenye suyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba mona mwenye suyaweza mona mwenye alukenu ngolofwa ngamubingi kiase mwene wando kalabenyaba emengondo yanye mona mwenye weyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba mona mwenye weyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba alukenu ngolofwa ngamubingi kiase mwene wando kalabenyaba emengondo yanye mona mwenye yaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba sambi wangi panamona kamuvalele mwene wando kalabenyaba emengondo yanye mona mwenye ngumba mona mwenye yaweza mona mwenye yaweza mona mwenye alunga ngumba zambi wangi panamona ngamufalele mwanyeze wando kalabenyaba emengondo yamye mwenye mona mwenye yaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba mona mwenye yaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba alukenu ngolofwa ngamubingi kiase mwene wando kalabenyaba emengondo yamye mona mwenye soyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba zambi wangi panamona kamuvalele mwene wando kalabenyaba emengondo yamye mona mwenye soyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba mona mwenye soyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba mona mwenye soyaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba zambi wangi panamona kamuvalele mwanyeze wando kalabenyaba emengondo yamye mona mwenye yaweza mona mwenye kalunga ngumba mona mwenye se yaweza mona 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 mwenye kalunga ngumba.
mostrava esse caminho longe, quem mostrava esse caminho longe, esse caminho para São Tomé. Quem mostrava esse caminho longe, quem mostrava esse caminho longe, esse caminho para São Tomé. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Quem mostrava esse caminho longe, quem mostrava esse caminho longe, esse caminho para São Tomé. Quem mostrava esse caminho longe, quem mostrava esse caminho longe, esse caminho para São Tomé. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. Se vou escrever, muito a escrever, se vou esquecer, muito a esquecer, até dia que vou voltar. Se vou escrever, muito a escrever, se vou esquecer, muito a esquecer, até dia que vou voltar. Saudade, saudade, saudade desse minha terra, San Inclau. 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 Saudade, saudade. estrela que cata brilhar, linda mar, boa areia que cata moiar, espanhol desse mundo fora, só rotimar, terra pobre, cheia de amor, tem morna, tem coladeira, terra sal, cheia de amor, tem batu, tem funaná. Espanhol nesse mundo fora, só rotimar, terra pobre, cheia de amor, tem morna, tem coladeira, terra pobre, cheia de amor, tem batu, tem funaná. Oi, tanto saudade, 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 oi, tanto saudade, saudade sem fim. Oi, tanto saudade, 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 oi, tanto saudade, saudade sem fim. Nasceu uma estrela que cata brilhar, e na mar boia areia que cata moiar, espanhol nesse mundo fora, só rotimar, terra pobre, cheia de amor, tem morna, tem coladeira, terra sal, cheia de amor, tem batu, tem funaná. Espanhol nesse mundo fora, só rotimar, terra pobre, cheia de amor, tem morna, tem coladeira, terra pobre, cheia de amor, tem batu, tem funaná. Petit pays, je t'aime beaucoup, petit, petit, je l'aime beaucoup, petit pays, je t'aime beaucoup, petit, petit, je l'aime beaucoup.
Magedegi maginya lawan mako bala venyi bibarsa mane betunya kesi besi Afrika don benareu d'ici ou d'ailleurs nous sommes des enfants d'Afrique même si le ciel tombait luttons pour la paix kon jamu Afrika mom lay ñaan mane jamu Afrika moy suñu natange Kachen khasidagal yo Allah su en eni musibaji yo Allah adu jam to Rwanda yo Allah adu jam to Burundi yo Allah adu jam to Casamance lawul mi jona عالمي شكل دري عالمي وزدري تنرى تناقو يمرني تنرى تناقو يمرني أتهنا نجنو أتهنا نمقلا أتهنا نجنو هنا نمقلا عالمين عالمين طالم تدوى بررني تورا طالم تدوى ألمين ميلي ألمين ميلي تكوبا تزغي أرسل تلاقو تكوبا تزغي أرسل تلاقو عالمي شكل ري عالمي وزن الدري تدري تناقو يمرني تدري تناقو يمرني تهنا نجنو تهنا نمقلا لم تدوى بررني تورا لم تدوى بررني تورا ألمين ميلي ألمين ميلي تكوبا تزغي أرسل تلاقو تكوبا تزغي أرسل تلاقو
Hakili mayara malo musula kasekele. Oh, musulu sekele. Yo godona he. Hakili mayara malo musula katolole.
At 3 o'clock.
Oh, musulu toyole. Oh, godona ha. Yaniki wasawadi tiyele. Afisa buyuma. Ansabu kanyi. Yaneka ke wadi tibadi. Olola musolefe. Inale ina. Inale ina. Ina kusa goduna. Ina goduna. Kandi wasofa maele. Afisa buyuma. Ansabu kanyi. Yaneka ke fama badi. Olola musolefe. Inale ina. Inale ina. Ina kusa goduna. Ina nyomabo. Solu bara gobela. Ala oro yaka. Solu furuke boyala. Malike bole senege yorodo. Iboni daga.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. 3 o'clock by my watch. That's the time. Can we settle down very quickly? People had a great lunch. Did people have a great lunch, or it was tolerable? And what urban challenges did you observe as you were having lunch? The queue was long, and it's a feature of urban life. Long queues. Good. Let's get ready for this afternoon. Hey. Papa, bring my space. I thought I was without my space. Right. So let's settle down. Wherever there are 2 or 3 people, a conversation can be. Wherever there are 2 or 3 people, a conversation can be had. And I promised you that this afternoon there'll be a very vibrant, vigorous, engaging panel discussion. And this vibrant, vigorous, engaging, thought-provoking, radical panel discussion requires a vibrant, engaging, and ubiquitous, excellent, capacitated, charismatic moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I have enormous pride. I need to stand up. The moderator this afternoon is the much celebrated general manager of City FM, the award-winning City Breakfast Show, and the Point of View on City TV. I think Bernard Avley, his name precedes him. And I remember I was somewhere, and then they were doing reruns of people providing relief from the disasters. I mean, the flood disaster, the overflow, the water. Somebody said, Bernard! Bernard! I mean, some young woman was just screaming, Bernard! 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 He's been a participant in several prestigious fellowships. He was the 2017 Journalist of the Year for the Ghana Journalists Association. Indeed, you can learn more about him on page 20 of your brochure. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to do too much. I invite to the podium Mr. Bernard Avley. He is the moderator, and he will invite and introduce his panelists. Wow. Bernard.
Wow. Please put your hands together one more time. Operate from there.
Yeah.
Okay, should I do it from here or there? I should go up there. Wow. I was watching the first part of the program with Auntie Esther as she summarized Charles Abani's speech. And I think even Charles Abani's speechwriter didn't know that they said the things that when she finished, she added 5 bullet points for take home. We need more people like you. Let's put hands together for her. And those of us who've been working in this media space, Star Ghana advocacy, you are such a big, big help to us, you know. And I'm so grateful that I have this chance to moderate this program. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the panel members, and then we're going to have a conversation. We have 1 hour. We are at the session after lunch. We're going to move very quickly. And luckily, this morning on my radio show, people were complaining about roads. And basically, how many of you know Kakasunaka? Bechile, Chale, all those areas, traffic every day. So we're talking about that. And then somebody said, Bernard, I don't understand why you can just buy land and start building a house anywhere. And then today I was having lunch with some people and they said, when you go to London, can you go to London and say, I'm going to buy land to build a house? How many of you have lived in London before? Did you go and buy land to build a house? But everybody lives in a house. So they were saying there are lots of things we need to do. But luckily, I think in this room we have enough knowledge and experience to come up with some critical ideas to help clear our urban stress. How many of you agree with me? Then put your hands together for yourselves. So as Antiesa said, we have 4 distinguished panel members. I'm not sure if all of them have come from lunch though. So I'm just going to try. We have there are 4 areas of expertise. We have a media guy, Samuel Ajiman, a friend of mine, who hosts a very important program on Ghana television called The Urban Agenda. Samuel, where are you? Put your hands together for Samuel. Himself, a former journalist of the year, a distinguished broadcast journalist, and he created a program called Eye on Port at the GPHA, where he worked for a few years, received numerous awards for his live coverage of urban and humanitarian issues, and most recently, he's been hosting some very important discussions on Ghana television. Put your hands together for Samuel Ajiman. So the expertise area is public advocacy. Is that a good one? So you are an expert in public advocacy. When you go home, tell your wife you are an expert, as conferred by Bernard. Now, we're also privileged to have an experienced land use planner and special organization policy analyst. He has a quarter of a century experience in Ghanaian public service, PhD, Geography and Resource Development, University of Ghana, currently Chief Executive Officer of the LUSPA, which is the Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority. He's worked at Ministry of Local Government, Rural. Look, he's a big man. Put your hands together for Dr. Kojo Yeboah. And so you, what's your area? You are my special planner. Or you are my what? You know, geography is very difficult. When I was in Legon, I did it as a minor. It was very tough. And you've done it to PhD level. It means you are strong. Put your hands together for Dr. Kojo Yeboah. So, LUSPA. We also have the Director of Environment at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, a professional lawyer and a certified chartered. So apparently you can be certified and not be chartered. He is both certified and chartered. Environmentalist with extensive international training in environmental law, policy, climate change, and sustainability. Oh, you should be clapping at these credentials. Oh. PhD from GIMPA, certified chartered member of the Institute of Environmental Assessment and Management, UK, policy lead for several multilateral environmental agreements, and oversees the implementation of environment biodiversity. A really big man. Please put your hands together for Dr. Peter Derry. Where is he? Yes. He is both a PhD and an Esquire. So you have done, when I grow up, I want to be like you. Powerful. Wonderful. Last but not least, we are privileged to have a man who's driving a very important project in Ghana, for which reason he has been answering questions in the media for the past 3 weeks. He doesn't like too much public noise. A housing and urban development specialist, doctorate in housing policy and practice, work focuses on affordable housing, disaster risk reduction, I like this word, urban resilience, strategic planning, urban governance, city development strategies, currently leading the Gary project, very important project, the Greater Accra Resilience and Integrated Development Project in Ghana, which is aiming at reducing climate risk through flood mitigation. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ohini Safo. It's a long walk to the stage, so please put your hands together. As I allocate the mics, I think I left one somewhere. We have a great panel here. So what we're going to do is, so much has been said, and there's a lot that we need to go through, but I'm going to make it very easy. Since we have 1 hour, and I've spent 5 minutes just introducing people, we have 55 minutes. I'm going to use half of the time to pick your reflections on. So we've been here for a long time. We've been given a very nice synopsis. 2 SDGs, 11 and SDG 13. Climate action is 13. Sustainable cities and communities is 11. These are the 2 anchors for our discussion. Basically, we want your reflections on all these issues: vulnerability of communities, resolving challenges like urban flooding, issues around how to get people more engaged on the behavioral side to change their actions, how to coordinate efforts, all of those beautiful things. So it's very complicated. So I'm going to do this way. I'm going to give you like 6 minutes. Just give me like 3 most important reflections around what's been said so far and how we can be more resilient, particularly on the urban side, because Derry will do the resilience on the climate side. So he will do the resilience on the sort of all the other things. So Dr. Ohene Safo, you have 6 minutes. The floor is yours. Take it up.
Very well. Thank you very much, Bernard. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. So from where I stand, working from a particular intervention, which is the Garrett, as everybody knows, and looking at the whole issue of urban resilience, the critical things that come to me are how we address urban resilience from a systems perspective. And then also how we bring every interest group into the circle so that we can work jointly towards the goal of building urban resilience. And then lastly, we're looking at how you're able to draw resources to the efforts that you're making. So when you look at it from a systems perspective, we are looking at the linkages between the context, which is the state of the problem, with, for example, the larger areas of intervention, which would lead you towards the definition of a policy response to the context. Then how you then roll out that policy such that you're able to achieve your goals. And in that regard, you are looking at, from a programming perspective, first and foremost, before you go into projects. That should be the pathway that will allow you to be able to respond better. Unfortunately, we have not necessarily followed. In fact, the last leg of it is then monitoring what you are doing so that you can course correct midway through. You don't wait till the end of the cycle before you're now looking for what did I not do right and then come and correct. So being able to course correct midstream through your implementation, or even to improve, not necessarily just course correct, but even improve given the prospects so that you can deliver more than you even intended to. Most of our policy through to implementation has been more incidental. So we have not really looked at problem situations to be able to define correctly the nature of the problem, who it is impacting, and how you address that. That's the first part. So that policy must be intentional. You must take your time about it. In fact, Prof. Inkum, as part of his delivery, had mentioned the fact that where is the evidence that drives the policy response? You see that there's quite a lot of work being done from academia, but the distance between academic output and policy is still quite far. We've not been able to bridge it as much as we should. So we lose out on evidence-based policy making. Number 2 is now looking at the key parties or key actors within the circle, how you get them involved. I think Prof was talking about participation, and Peter even had a side note about, I'm sure, Peter, you speak to it, about what we deem as participation and in what ways that we translate. A lot of the times, we do participation more from a, how would I put it? We do it from a very defensive position. So
where people appear to oppose a particular direction, they don't get invited to the table. So we kind of fear opposition to, and sometimes in terms of participation, there's this sense of wariness, because participation is continuous. You can't have participation as an episodic approach. It must be a continuous approach. I've said this, perhaps it was a panel that Ben, you and I were on, that said that we cannot stop the conversations. Conversations are the ones that help us to oil the process of design through implementation. So, for example, it was through conversations we had at the last Urban Forum that the TV program you're referring to of Samuel, because he had accosted us, he was part of the moderators, and accosted us that we are doing all these interventions, but where's the platform for dissemination? And that's what led to this urban. Even the existence of the National Urban Forum emerged out of conversations. And Dr. Fairboaji was one of the key people. And yesterday, you remember 2009 with Manuel Chapelle, what's her name, the French lady, and yourself and a few of us who were at that time having conversation. What do we do about this coming urban transition? Then we were 48% urban. And then we were looking at this urban transformation or demographic transition. What do we do with it? How do we deal with it? And through that sustained conversation, it led to the first, through to now, this urban forum. So the participation bit is that continuous process of engaging and taking on new ideas or whatever. The other thing is also about who the actors and what they are doing, having a sense of who are these actors. During Prof's presentation, I was talking about bringing on board private sector. One of the most versatile and responsive private sector groupings I've ever come across in my urban work is the Sekendi Takoradi Chamber of Commerce. Very active, very, very active, following up on interventions at the assembly level and so on. But who knows them? In fact, Cape Coast also has a good Chamber of Commerce because of the different types of work I've done. I've interacted with them as well. But who knows these people and what they are doing? How do you map that onto the dashboard so you know that you can be able to work with them on specific interventions? So that's also the other thing that is missing. In that regard, I want to come back again to academia and the issue of evidence. We have so much coming out of the different interventions, and we are not capturing them in the ways that would make sense when we start interrogating a particular problem. I cite the Garrett example. So as we were working, we did aerial surveys. We found out that the online section of the Odo, from Abokobi all the way to Achimota, within 50 meters of the buffer, there are 3,000 properties that are situated in the buffer. 3,000. That's just the online section. Then the line section from Achimota all the way to the Graphic Road, there are 2,700 properties. Now, this is evidence that an assembly can then take, and we have actually parceled it out, or disaggregated the data, assembly by assembly, and given it out. Then, if they are going to do an intervention, it can be targeted. That's the way that you are able to more responsive to the local issues. For example, last year we also found the rate of land use cover change on the Abri hills from Abokobi all the way to Dobro. It's very extensive. We used Google Earth to do tracking back all the way to 2015 and even to 2010 to see the rate of change. That is evidence that helps you. If you are doing enforcement, you know where you are going. So the ways that we work with these parties must inure to the general good if we're able to harness them. But if we use them to come and just one validation conference at the end of the cycle, you have not used their assets well. So we have to look at how we are building city resilience. The last one is looking at place-specific conversations. Now we are having a national urban forum, but because it is such a high-level discussion, we cannot get into granular details about specific areas. If, for example, Dade Kotopon we're having a local conversation or a platform that brings the interest groups. They can go into the specifics. At this level, it's so aggregated that you don't have the time to unpack the issues. Even though there may be commonalities across different jurisdictions, nonetheless, there are clear distinctions based on specific context. So we need to also then look at how we decentralize conversations. In fact, most planners are aware of the participatory budgetary approach, which was pioneered in Brazil. The city is Porto Alegre. And how successful that is until, of course, it also fell victim to political capture much, much later. But at least the evidence showed that place-specific conversations are also powerful tools in which, if you are talking about building resilience, that's the way to go. Then it makes implementation of projects easier because people are well informed, people know what roles they are playing, and people know at what points they're able to intervene to draw attention to specific issues.
Wow. Can you put your hands together for Dr. Hinisafo? This is a lot. This is a lot. You basically have identified, I call them 3 Ps. You've said that there must be a certain approach to policy, evidence-based. Policy response must be based on evidence, among other things. You talk about participation, private sector and academia being 2 key. And then you talk about the place-specific conversations so that we must disaggregate the conversation. I like the piece so that we can remember alliteration, very easy. So you spoke about policy, and under that you sort of discuss a bit of programs and projects, but you've given us a framework to work with, and then participatory approach, and then place-specific conversations. I want to jump to LUSPA, because Dr. Kojo Yeboah, maybe let me make it easy by framing it as a question. What are we doing wrong? And what should we do different? You get my point. Otherwise, it will be too much. So maybe give me like 2 or 3 things you believe that we are doing wrong. You've done this for 25 years, right? And then we'll work from there. So please check if your mic is on.
Yes.
It's on. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. You know, there is always a mixed feelings when you mention special planning practice in Ghana. Why? All the issues that we have discussed here should have a spatial manifestation. So if we don't have effective spatial planning system, we will not get it right. But over the years, what have we been doing? And what is the way forward? We have been able to come out with the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act and the subsidiary legislation to ensure that we have effective spatial planning system in place. We have also been able to establish the planning procedures, whereby we have the planning standard and the zoning regulations, the manual for the preparation of spatial plans. But the most important thing is that you have come out with this, laws and procedures. The implementation of this is as important as its, enactment. And that is where we always have the challenge. Why is it that we have haphazard, uncontrolled, and uncoordinated development in Ghana, urban space? The MMDAs have been charged as a planning authorities within their jurisdiction. And they are supposed to ensure that every physical development within their jurisdiction has a permit. That means that there should be a spatial plan to guide the urban growth and development. To what extent have we been able to, implement this? It is very challenging. We undertook a monitoring exercise in 2021. We visited all the 261 MMDAs in Ghana, and the findings were not, present at all. We observed that most of the MMDAs have not been able to prepare the necessary spatial plans to guide the urban growth and development. Meanwhile, they are issuing development permits for developers. And based on this, we were able to discuss it with the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development. And we have been able to issue directives to the MMDAs. And recently, we have conducted another monitoring, and we are seeing some kind of improvements. based on the directives that we issue to them. For instance, if you look at the Act 925, the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act, Section 94 specifically stated that you cannot rezone a public space unless you seek a parliamentary approval. So that means that if you have open space, you have an infrastructure, right of way, if you have a forest, any green space, the assembly has no mandate to rezone it. But the 2021 monitoring, we observed that they were doing this. And the directives that we issued, it was one of the critical things that we, informed them to refrain from it. Because Section 181 of the Act, if you do that, you have infringed on the Act and you can go to jail. And they are now realizing this. And that is very, very important. So like I've said, the implementation of the Act is as important as its enactment. So we don't just enact the Act and not implementing the Act. Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, we have also liaised with the local government service. We are now developing a manual and guidelines to train the MMDs on their spatial planning functions. Let me also state that if you look at the subsidiary legislation, that's LI 2384, the preparation of spatial plans does not rest with the physical planning department. It is the responsibility of the spatial planning committee chaired by the chief executive and then the technical subcommittee to come out with the spatial plans. But over the years, we have seen, spatial plans preparation as a typical, technical issue. We are now looking at it as a strategic vision of communities. So the participation is very, very critical here. So spatial planners cannot just sit in the office and draw the imaginary lines and say that we have come out with plans. The people within the community should know what is guiding the growth and development within their enclave. And we are encouraging the assemblies to also encourage the neighborhoods or to form what we call community associations so that they can take charge of their spatial development responsibilities. And also, we are encouraging the assemblies to paste the local plans that have been approved within the various jurisdictions, to paste them there so the people will know that this area has been designated as a school, this area is a public space, and when we see somebody going to develop that place, the community together can rise against it and stop it. But if I live in a community and there's a plan guiding the area and I don't even know the provisions in the plan, how do I help the assembly to protect these areas? So these are the issues that Land Use and Spatial Planning Authority, we are liaising with the assemblies, the local government ministry, the local government service, and other key stakeholders, especially the traditional authorities, to ensure that the plans that we prepare, the plans are owned by the communities, and we all do the implementation, and then the implementation management, what we call the monitoring and evaluation.
Put your hands together for Dr. Yeboah. If I hear you correctly, we have the laws. We have the planning procedures. What we don't seem to have is the MMDA's ability to develop the plans and work with them. Basically, that's what you're saying. So it's not for want of the right laws. Our policies and plans are nicely written, but we have not been able to implement them correctly. That's what you're saying. And therefore, the assemblies need to be encouraged and empowered to take charge, to make spatial planning not just some technical thing in some back room, but the driver of development. So that's really nice. Please be taking notes. I'll come to you for your comments on this. I want to come to climate before I come to my colleague to sort of summarize. Urban confusion is easy to perceive. You just need to drive around, right? The urban jungle is easy for us to see. But the climate dimension is not that obvious, right? So is our climate resilience as disheartening as our urban resilience? Because when I listen from the morning to now, people are like, we know what to do, it's just not working. You are the climate guy on the panel. Our climate credentials, how are our climate credentials, and are we How well are we doing? Talk to us about that.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. And rightly, as you said, since morning, listening to all the keynote speakers and also the wonderful presentation by Professor Inkum, I mean, there's one thing that has run through, and that has always been climate change. Climate change is not new. It is just that we are now paying critical attention to it. It's been with us for some time now. But thankfully, we are all beginning to pay attention to it. All parts of society are now beginning to see that this is an important subject that we need to all work on. Now, let me say that climate change is one thing that is self-evidencing. So it's manifesting itself every day. It's not waiting for anything. And so it is a reality that is with us. We see it from everything that we do. For example, if we are talking about resilience and we talk about floods, there was this report that was issued by NADMO, and it says for the last 50 years we've experienced about 33 extreme hydrometeorological events that has costed the country billions of dollars. And even out of this, in the last 5 years, we have experienced 19 significant floods that have costed about $120 million to the government of Ghana. This tells you that there is one thing that we cannot do without when it comes to city resilience, and that is climate change. We need to look at that extremely. Now, to build resilience for climate change requires both structural and also non-structural interventions. So we need to pay attention to that. The structural issues, of course, has to do with trying to ensure that we have appropriate infrastructure that can withstand the shocks of climate change, be they floods or storms, surges, or even extreme high temperatures that we face as a result of climate change. So we need to have appropriate infrastructure. And then beyond the infrastructure, the non-structural issues, as we all know, ensuring that the planning is done well, ensuring that we climate-proof the MMDA medium-term development plans to ensure that appropriate climate actions reflect in that, and that tied to sources of funding and also implementation activities on the ground. That's also very critical. These non-structural interventions are also very important. But one thing I want to draw people's attention is that usually when you talk about city resilience, the attention is usually more on climate change adaptation. That is trying to bounce back after we have experienced serious shocks as a result of climate change. But climate mitigation, I was happy listening to Prof. Inkum's presentation, and I saw issues relating to emission reductions, which is very critical. Because when you reduce emissions, apart from the fact that you contribute to reducing global warming, the microclimate also improves. And then you also improve air quality for your citizens. So that is a very important component of resilience, which sometimes we tend to leave out because we are concerned more about the floods and the disasters, the ones that create immediate problem and panic, and everyone is running. So building resilience in terms of climate change must look at both adaptation and climate mitigation. That is very critical for us to have a resilient community. And I must say that we must even extend this conversation to the triple planetary crisis of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity. And I was happy listening when they mentioned the issue of the green belts that have all been converted. I mean, when they were building around the Tudu area, when they were constructing the current AMA office and all that, I asked myself, they don't see the significance of this garden? Do you think that this garden is not important? Do you know what it does for us as a people? You know, but all we were thinking about was to get a very beautiful building in there to make the city look good. But having a beautiful city without good health or without having what our own survival depends on, means nothing for me, you know, because buildings without human beings really are not productive enough. So these are some of the things that we need to pay attention to. And let me also add that paying attention to climate change can be an opportunity to attract external direct investments into the country in order to meet other developmental imperatives. For example, let me give you, if because of climate change, you want to extend electricity to an area we call off-grid areas, we call some of them, what do we call it, island communities. And it is difficult to extend a grid, to these communities. And you decide that because of climate change, you bring in solar, and you are able to get external funding because of climate change, to bring solar to that community. You are not only addressing climate change, but you have provided electricity as far as that community is concerned. And for them, they are not even thinking about all those terminologies related to climate change, but the electricity that you have brought, the development that you have brought, the fact that children can now read at night with electricity, they can charge their phone, and so forth. So there is that connection between development and also trying to address climate change when we talk about cities and community resilience. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Dr. Derry. Very interesting indeed. So pollution, climate change, biodiversity are the three key issues. You've made it easy for us by separating structural from non-structural. And then you also say that the emphasis should balance between climate adaptation and climate mitigation. So these are very important thoughts. It seems to me as if in Ghana, climate change is an afterthought. It's because it's not that easy to see, yet you say it's self-evident. So thank you for putting those points in perspective. Now, Samuel, you have a very tough job, right? Because Ohene is speaking about policy, participation, place-specific conversation. Dr. Yeboah has explained to us the rest of the issues around. We have enough laws, but we are not implementing. Okay, the assemblies are not working. And then Dr. Derry has spoken. You host a very important TV program, Public Concern, the Urban Agenda on GTV. Talk to us a bit about why you created that program, because as Dr. Ohene Safo said, this was something, I'm sure a year ago or two, you were moderating this program, and you're like, you know what, you are not reaching the guys. So talk to us about that program. Why is the public important when we talk about urban resilience and climate resilience? And what sort of impact are you seeing? I think you've done this for a year and a half. A year. Right? It's a lot of questions I'm asking you in one.
6 months.
6 months. Oh, I thought you've been here for a year. Oh, wow.
Or even less, I think.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We started in September.
Well, it's good, which means in my head it's been there for a long time. That's good. All right. So talk to us, Samuel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben. And I think you were one of the first guests, right? Or first or second. I think I'll start by commending the organizers for this particular forum. Maybe the local government, is it the local government ministry? Yeah. They have done tremendously well. I have followed the Urban Forum for many years. The one that actually launched the National Urban Policy, I moderated with Dr. Esther, and then subsequently, so that was 12 years ago, Doc, right? And then subsequently, we've had so many of them run through. It is only last 2 years and this year that we have seen a session dedicated for journalists. So there's a journalist academy that takes place first in the morning before the main forum commences. This happened 2 years ago, and this year we are seeing it. That is why we have to commend them. At least they are listening, and they are going by what we see on the board, which is combining policies and partnerships. The partnerships aspect, very key. And while I commend them, though, on that initiative to have the Journalist Academy breakfast, I wish that they go further and improve it. Take time to see how they can make it more impactful among their major partners, and I will explain why they are major partners, which is the journalists. Yeah. The morning that it's held, you don't get the level of participation you should. So I saw 2 years ago, and I saw today, sometimes Dr. Esther struggles And I'm almost the only person she spots first. So all the questions will come to me. Most of the journalists are not present, and that's because Ben, for instance, will be hosting his program from morning till 10. A lot of the journalists get into the newsroom, they have to check their assignments and they have to step out, those who report. So those who report are stepping out to go get the news for those who set or discuss the agenda like Ben to take it up the next morning. So probably you have to look at your timing and also look at the composition of people that you bring on board. And then, you know, I'm excited that I see Bernard today as well. And I had said it to Doc Ohinesafo the last time that, look, if we want to make headway with this, identify our strategic partners, let us get them on board. Otherwise, we'll come here every 2 years. Every 2 years. And like I heard some of the key players said when we all walked in earlier this morning, talk, sir. Talk, sir. And we don't get it down there. Now, when Prof. Inkum was speaking, or after he spoke, about 90%, or maybe I'm exaggerating, 80% of the questions were about how we get the people involved. Somebody said the grassroots. There was a grassroots person from that side. Somebody says the chiefs. And I look around, and the partners that are supposed to help us implement and get the impact of why we talk and discuss here, half of them are not here. There are no chiefs who are the owners of the lands. They are not here. But the planner who only plans the land is here. Those who would communicate to the people, who would engage and understand that this is the direction we are going, and that's the media. I turn around, and apart from the academy that we had in the morning, none, apart from Ben and myself, there's no journalist here. So if we really want to make headway when it comes to resilience and transforming our urban centers, how we combine the policies with the partners that we have is critical. And I believe that the people that I will cite first, aside the chiefs and all of that, because of where I sit, will be the media. They are the ones who engage with the public all the time. They are the ones who engage with, you know, the ordinary. So somebody also said, after Prof spoke, somebody said, all the things we are talking about, the ordinary people don't understand. Yes, they don't get it. Because everything remains in this room. Almost everybody here is a planner, economist, doctor, professor, esquire. But the people there who would say, listen to you, that don't dump in the gutter so the floods will come, they don't understand. And they are not here. But somebody must take that story to them. And it has to be the likes of Ben. It has to be like the likes of the reporters who will report on these stories, and the likes of Ben who will take them up in their discourse in the following day. And that's why I feel that if we begin to look at this partnership angle very critically, we may be, you know, an inch closer to solving the problem. Because what it is that, Ben, journalists can help you advocate seriously to the extent that half of your work is done. The last time I was talking to Dr. Ohinesafo about some level of, people can even advocate for you to the extent that it even helps you generate revenue. And he mentioned South Africa, that people advocated that a whole highway or so, Doc, was constructed. And that's because when people buy into why you are asking for money and revenue to develop your urban centers, when they buy into it, you don't need to say much. You don't need to fight much. They will contribute. And that's how you generate money. So advocacy is there. If you talk about even the things that we're talking about, all the technologies, the technical things that you're talking about, some of us, the closest I have come to planning or building or architecture is having Dr. Ohinesafo as a mentor, or having Dr. Kwejo Yeboah as a mentor. One of the persons that I went to the World Urban Forum Fest, I think in Brazil in 2010, right? 14 years ago. Apart from that, and my former school prefect is also here, Michael Buensi. Apart from that close relationships, I don't understand. But somebody needs to simplify the language that we speak here to the people. Otherwise, we'll continue to talk here. The languages are big. The ordinary people don't relate. So let's find a way, get the journalists closer. They will help us simplify. They will help us advocate. Some of them can be champions. If you take Bernard, you don't have a problem. If you take Kwame Sifakan, and I'm hoping that maybe next year Kwame, for instance, will be here. Kwame Sifakan, you don't have a problem. You go to Nana Banamwa, you take all these people and say, look, we're all going to step out there. Let's stop all this dumping of whatever. Every morning they are on it. Every morning they are on it. If you talk to them well and you get them on your side, they will reduce some of the politics. I know they love it. Some of us have loved politics, but they will reduce it if we're able to get them on our side. So for me, I think that all the things that we have said technically is good. All the problems we have enumerated, very laudable. But the partnership with the right people, the chiefs, the journalists in particular, who mediate between the people and the technical people, I think that should be able to go a long way. And then maybe look at some of the issues that confront why journalists are not taking the issues of urbanization seriously. Why are they not reporting on it? Some journalists find it fanciful to sit with politicians. I interviewed the minister, then he feels big. But he wouldn't want to call the technical man, the man who is building gutters like Dr. Hinezafo. No, because his dog is building gutters, nobody. He wants a politician. Oh, he's a big man. He talks to the politicians. Get them to the table and let them know why it is important to follow urban issues. And I'm sure that we should be able to make
Thank you.
A very important
Please put your hands together for Samuel. Thank you very much. I didn't realize you've been doing this for this long. So 12 years ago, you moderated a panel with Antiesta. 12 years ago. That's amazing. So you are a real champion. And I need to also say that, your Journalist of the Year award, I think you did something on people sleeping in... People were sleeping outside or something, if I remember. Homelessness. 2009 or what?
The lack of shelter for the Kai, the one.
Yes. And I want to say that you are testimony of the way this group has also kept you, because most people who won Journalist of the Year 10 years ago are outside the country working for World Bank, but you're still in the space, even though Gapoha took you away for a few years. You are, and I think it's very important that you are here. All right, so let's put hands together for him, You are back on GBC hosting a public education program, which it's not just a studio panel. You actually produce it. You go out there, which is very powerful. And I think it's great. Now, when you mention the partners, you mentioned the chiefs. NCC is a great partner. And in the beginning of the program, I kept hearing Kathleen. And I think this NCC has been very upfront in the way they've engaged the issues. You're right? So we are happy, and I'll take some comments from you, because they are supposed to be our partners as media as well. Because they have district offices, they have the architecture to go in there. So if you have an NCC that's plugged into the behavioral community, because usually things like Garrett, there's a major behavioral component. Because no matter how many buildings you demolish, no matter how many drains you build, you have to drain the people's mind too. You understand? So I'm so excited that the conversation is now come to issues around decentralizing conversations. But we don't have all day. This is what I want to do. I'm going to give each of you a minute to tell me the most important priority. All right? And now, by that I mean, look, we have sanitation, we have drainage, we have housing, we have mobility, we have climate. These are all nice things. But let's assume the president is in his last extra time. He says, look, give me the most important thing I should do to unclutter this urban mess in terms of area of focus. I'm going to push you to give me. It's not a good question, but we need something to take home before I come to the floor, because there's no point in discussing all these things. What's the most important thing that, it's like a bicycle. If you remove some parts, the whole bike doesn't work. So even though every part of the bike is important, if you fix that part, it holds everything together. So for example, if in government, I always say, if you fix finance, you can fix a lot of things. Because if you decide that you won't give any assembly money, they can't do anything. You get it? So finance is like the cog in that wheel of governance. But that's a bad example. So Ohene, I know it's not a good question to ask you, but help me to prioritize. What's the most important area of focus we should do within now and end of year?
Yeah. You admit it's a very bad question.
I know.
It is.
I know.
But what I can say, because of how critical it is in the wheel that we are trying to set up And for the symbolism that it also presents to us is trees.
Trees?
Yes.
Wow.
Trees. For me working on a drainage project, the trees are an ally in infiltrating the soil with the runoff and reducing how much investments must go into concrete drains. The self-same trees are going to help in our urban, especially transport corridors, because they will reduce the carbon emissions. The self-same trees are also going to protect shade for those who do not have the means to use vehicles, so that pedestrian-friendly cities are the outcome of a strategic use of trees. The example I set for you is Singapore. And Singapore invested in a lot of tree planting, and now everybody is looking for money to buy tickets to visit Singapore. So I'll just leave it at that.
Trees. Wow. It's a tough act to follow. Dr. Kojo Yeboah, what area do you think we should prioritize most critically?
Thank you very much. I think we will have to look at the human factor as far as development is concerned. And we can do this when we let the people know that they are not just part of the problem, but they are also part of the solution to the problems. Let me give you a typical story that one of my mentors told me about a year ago. He's about 91 years now, and he was part of the team that prepared the master plan for Accra in 1958. Wow. He said that in the 50s, there was a disease affecting cocoa trees, that is swollen shoot or so. And then there was some indication that people should just cut the trees. And the first message that went to the people, they said, na eduanso yare. Yare. Can the tree sick? So they developed a comprehensive education program, which was spearheaded by the then Director of Social Welfare and Community Development, Mr. Gardner. And throughout this, people were able to realize that it is true. So they started cutting, the trees. So what I'm trying to say is that if we will be able to have effective urban development in this country, we should look at the human.
The people.
The people.
The behavior.
Should be the center.
People-centered
development.
Wow.
And we need to educate them. We need to continuously enrich their outlook and capacities so that together we will be able to move this country forward.
Wow. Thank you. Put your hands together for him. You see, Auntie Asa, you see when we push them, they narrow it down. So we have trees and we have people. Don't tell me cars or something. The way this thing is going.
Okay, Dr. So coming from the environment point, I want to expand what Dr. Oyene has said. Okay. Instead of just limiting it to trees, let's encourage nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions. Just, if you have a house, you have a large compound, leave a certain part of it for grass. Just, even if it's not green grass, just leave a certain part of it for grass. Make sure you weed it. You see, because the grass alone can absorb water when it rains. Let me give you an example. I share a wall with someone. In my house, I have left a small garden, very small, not even too big. I don't have a very big compound. The other house has paved the whole compound. Anytime it rains, my children will stand on my lobby and be looking at the other house and say, Daddy, the house is flooding. Because the water in the next house will go up. But my water will go down because of the small garden I have left. This is a practical example. So nature-based solutions in general. And it's the cheapest way of adapting to climate change and also mitigating climate change, because you get the two benefits. You are able to adapt because you build resilience, and then you are able to also absorb carbon dioxide, and then you are also able to mitigate climate change. So this is a double barrel. But let me just maybe add something small. We we came out with a tool known as the Sustainable Infrastructure Financing Tool with UNOPS and some other, Oxford University and some other partners. We identified 110 sources of financing city resilience. 110. We have the tool. We are ready to share that with MMDA.
You have a tool
yes.
that identifies 110
10 sources of funding cities.
And you are sitting on it.
No, we came out with it. We are going to go on a tour with the NDPC to do climate change sensitization. We'll
so this is for the assembly.
And then we add it. Yeah, we'll send it to them because
110.
Yeah, we identify 110 sources.
And how many are we using in our typical assemblies?
Oh, some of them are happening. We've gotten money for Adaptation Fund, Green Climate Fund, Special Climate Fund, and we've gotten some money. I mean, Climate Investment.
But
different sectors,
there are 110
110
available.
Yes, available.
Not government money.
So sometimes we are wondering what are their sources of funding.
I'm interested in what you are saying, but you are moving.
Please.
You said there are 110
sources
of financing.
Yes.
Just sitting down.
That we identified, yes.
And we don't
using
know
the tool. We are getting some of them, but we need to do
what
more.
What percentage are we getting?
I can't exactly percentage.
You are sitting on information. So I was going to say, Ohene is talking about trees. Dr. Kojo is talking. Your boy is talking about people. I don't even know what to say. First you said garden. Now you said money. So I'm not. See, because I want it to be simple. So you said, but I like the nature-based solution. I want one word. Money. So money and then gardens. I don't know what you're going to add.
Ben, I think I'll still add the media, the communication bit, because
media communication.
Even if you listen to what Dr. Kojo Eboa said, it comes down to getting the people understanding, getting the people to buy in, and
go ahead.
Okay, and I think that largely, Prof. Inkum's presentation, when he talked about 50% of success with the NUP, the National Urban Policy. I don't know whether we want to rank it as a pass or a failure. 50% of what we sought to achieve with the National Urban Policy, we couldn't achieve it. And almost everybody would agree that largely we couldn't engage well, and that is why we couldn't get there. For me, if almost all the policies, and he talked also a lot about other policies like the local economic development policy and things like that. If all these policies, we make it a point to put that engagement bit at the top as a priority, getting media involved throughout, we should be able to make some improvement going forward. Garrett did extremely well and listened to us when we spoke 2 years ago. Garrett is just 17 assemblies, but they decided to use part of their small money, the 200 million. When you break it down, and maybe I'm not holding brief for them, but people who have taken time to analyze it will tell you that immediately the COVID came and some half is gone, 65 is gone. The rest is just about 100 million left. Look at the capital intensive work that's been done and take some, still to do some advocacy on behalf of the whole country. Just 17 assemblies project. Yet there are a lot of projects here that are supposed to be national. There are companies that have national contracts to clear sanitation and things. Let them volunteer some of their monies for public engagement. The likes of Bernard's Debs, who are always shouting on top of their voice, losing saliva, and somebody should be able to resource you people to do
Charlie,
more.
thank
and
you.
It doesn't have to be only Garrett. Intimame more time. No, basically that's my concern. So I think that the area of engagement is critical.
Wonderful.
When it comes to the chiefs and all of that, I don't think that we should come to the next urban forum without seeing the chiefs.
Some of the traditional.
We can't come here without seeing the MCEs. We have talked about a lot of the things that they are supposed to be doing. Yet they are not here. And we are taking important policy decisions here, and these people are not here, yet they are the ones who will implement them down there. So I think that we need to invest along that area, engage media to take them on for accountability. Prof said again in his presentation that when somebody asked the question why we couldn't achieve the additional 50%. And he said probably the accountability of the system is not there.
Okay.
And who holds the people for accountability? It has to be the likes of Bernard and the rest. You know.
The media.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for the panel. So media and communication, very critical. So Antiesa has given us 15 minutes. We've run out of time. We're supposed to give you time to ask questions. We've taken all your time. She's given us 15 minutes. We'll take only 10. I just want to read some of the comments from Slido. Then I'm going to open the floor. But the floor will be more like, what can you add? This is not like a press conference to ask questions. What can you add in support or tidy it up for us so that we can have something to say? But here are some comments. What's the most important area of focus to address urban resilience this year? Behavioral change and innovation. So, Sami, you and Dr. Yeboah, could you be together? The implementation of assembly bylaws, same. Human sensitive densification. Charlie, who said that? I like it. Hey! And remember, Mike. Charlie, this is what do. Human sensitive densification. Powerful. Architect, you are strong. She's moderating a panel tomorrow. Wonderful architect. Super lady. Settlement planning and implementation. Charlie, if you are looking for a phrase, Sponge City. Where is the Sponge City person? Hey, Charlie, please give her a mic. Hey! Human sensitive densification and sponge. What you say? Sapo. Just a cry sapo. Please talk. I want you to explain. Sponge City. She's an architect. Isn't an IKEA?
Yes.
Arch Nexus. Please talk.
Archzenus.
Somebody will help me. Into Sponge City.
All right. So there's a concept that addresses how our settlement takes care of water. So you gave an example of leaving some of your space, and not a little, a lot of your space. So for architects, for example, when we are designing, for a lot of people, you assume your whole compound is paved, and then you cut out little portions for your greens. No. Assume your entire compound is green, and then carve out portions for where your car passes, where people walk, so that when it rains, the water is sucked in. And for a lot of cities, beyond the compound, they are using their rooftops, they are using every available space so that water is absorbed, is used, and not running into the drain. So that's the idea of the sponge city. Even the drains by the rain, they have bioswales, there are all kinds of things that go into making.
What about the people-centered densification? I want that one too.
All right, so this is also a concept also called vertical cities.
Okay.
So Singapore is actually the poster child for vertical cities because they took horizontal development, and turned it in the vertical. But they were sensitive to the fact that human beings also cannot be taken too far from a horizontal plane. So whenever they design a tower, no matter how high it goes, there's always intersections of horizontal planes that are treated as parks and whatnot that connects the buildings to each other. And what happens is you are able to keep more people in a dense area and leave your land to breathe, to have the greens to grow. So basically that's what's happening.
She's on a panel, moderating a panel tomorrow. So if I were you, I would book that panel. More of that's coming. Please give the mic to Kathleen. I would have loved to see more of the comments, so I can use the comments to generate the, So whilst Kathleen comes, leadership, the MMDCs must be elected. Improved or say internationally, or just internally. Or say improved internationally generated funds to be linked to service delivery. I think it's the printer's devil. Is it internal? Where is that person? Internationally generated funds. So it's internally generated fund. Okay. Settlement planning and implementation. NCC, tell them what you are doing.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Bernard, for giving me the opportunity. When I started this morning, I didn't want to hijack somebody's program by coming to talk about NCC and NCC and NCC. So I'm happy somebody has asked me to talk. So now it's not like I'm hijacking your program. It's you asked me. So, I mean, if you don't know, the NCC is a public education institution. It's a state institution. It's a constitutional body. It is well positioned to do precisely what needs to be done here in terms of taking information to people, in terms of behavior change, in terms of all the things we are talking about, I've been scribbling away and smiling. I didn't know somebody would give me the chance. I'm really happy right now, you know. And what I have found is that state institutions, for some reason, talk about collaboration, talk about working together, but when it comes to the crunch of it, they are very resistant to these collaborations that they talk about in the public forum. I don't know which state institution I have not approached to manage the public sensitization and public education aspect of policy making, things like this we are talking about, because it affects everybody. NCC is a decentralized institution present in every region, in every district. Our staff speak the language of the district where we are. We actually hire people for language to ensure that the public education actually takes root. So I'm happy that more and more nowadays, we find that people have gone round in circles and finally come to the realization that this is what the institution was built for. This is what it's meant to do. It's not about a one-off intervention. The difference is that this is an institution that has permanent staff whose permanent work is to do permanent public education. They are always there. Where they have the resources, they have the vans, they go around. We work with chiefs, through local government, and all of that. So I'm calling on all the partners here, and please, one of the NCC mandates that has not been activated, that we are activating from this year, is the environmental governance mandate. It's actually one of the official functions that is even constitutionally we are supposed to undertake. So this month, which is the environmental month, because tomorrow is World Environmental Day, we are actually launching our environmental program. We are taking it very seriously. So this is actually a happy, serendipitous occasion, a meeting of minds. We are hoping that it will not just be the talk, that you will actually engage for collaborations that will be impactful for all Ghanaians.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kathleen. Put your hands together for her. Can I see if there are any hands? Yes, all the way at the back. Please go. By adhering to rules, regulations, as enshrined in Act 925, mentioned by Yeboah, okay. Permit me to ask Dr. Yeboah as to how did the Achimota Forest, hey, Charlie, how did the Achimota Forest was entered into and basically shared when it didn't go to Parliament for approval, as he mentions in the section of the Act? Are you sure? Can you answer that question? Somebody asked a question in Chinese, so I think the person wants to test my knowledge. Through participatory approach, where all actors, especially the locals, are involved from planning to M&E stage. I like the you said that participatory approach thing. NCC, if you are doing something, let us know. We'll be happy to support as media. In fact, we are partnering for election-based advocacy. Yes, sir. Then I'll come forward.
Francis Ofozukobe is my name. Okay. A serial entrepreneur and also a social entrepreneur, a climate change advocate. Okay. It's an appeal that I want to make in addition to our boss who said we should concentrate on nature-based solution. From the grassroots level and as a climate change advocate, most of the time when we attend conferences like this and on the higher level, the climate change has become English and big terms for the grassroots. When you go to the schools and the communities, they do understand these big terms. So I'm appealing to the organization, like our boss who said there are 110 funding opportunities and other interventions to localize the climate change language. Like if I go to Ashanti region, I have to explain the climate change in Twi. If I go to the northern region, when I meet the women, I have to speak their language so that they can understand. If they don't understand, they will never do anything about it. And we can sit in this hotel, talk about climate change in 50 years, and nothing will happen. And so the issues will be standing outside there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So how, oh, wait, hold on. So when you go to a market and you want to say climate adaptation, how will you explain it in Twi?
Yes, that's what I do. So I do one demonstration.
Explain it to me in Twi. Okay. Climate adaptation.
So when I meet people who cannot speak English, what I say is, Mama, yaba a dream has a baba church and sister Mosha. Since you told us and now to pee, na second yena yema, when you mean here basa, then they will tell me no. No, my catch them say, and yama who will be a year na kofasa name na ba ebi ye jash share ebi ye gata ma sisi ya to polythene bag na gu nyina anti yesram se nka ye nyina yem wan ye nya sa ne man se ne be ya yen environment ne be ye papa.
Oh, ka we 100% to and now the environment ni fra. Say the be environment no.
Yem patem any biaya ye di edwuma hodo nyina be ye kama kama.
This is so important. Thank you so much for this. Put your hands together for him one more time. Let me come to the front. It's a difficult job you're doing, right? Climate mitigation, climate adaptation. And yes, I have just 3 minutes of your 15 left. I'll take you first.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You've made a lot of progress, and I think if you're able to go by that, you succeed in turning around the development of our nation. What I want to add on is one very important solution I've been thinking about is it is time we bring all the professional bodies together to also have an eye in whatever development that is going on in the country. We have lawyers, health practitioners, accountants, engineers and planners, architects. All these bodies must now become supervisors of all that we are doing. Any area that they have interest, for example, if it is road construction, how come a road is constructed today, the next 1 year or less than that, you don't see it again? Where are our engineers? So if they, let me say, they put their mouth in it.
You are translating to English.
That's right. If they put their mouth in it, who can go and sign a document and say that I have approved, the project is completed, pay? You see, and then when we encourage these people or associations, professional bodies to do their work, definitely they will start unearthing certain things that perhaps it's known to only the professionals within that circle. And then when they leak out this information to the media, then the media also take it up and say that this is where we're supposed to go, but we are not doing it. So the whole world will hear, and I think that it will turn around.
So professional bodies
must
come together.
Of this process.
Wonderful. I need to say that there are conversations. I think multimedia has a program where professional bodies jointly organize conversations around built environment, David Ofosu.A and co. So some things are happening. We encourage more of that. But I'm just letting you know some things like that happen.
Sure.
So they have this professional bodies association, and then they do, I think, quarterly.
Yeah, not their welfare alone, but they should be interested in our development.
They will be interested.
Yes.
Thank you. Amen. Please, we have just 3 minutes, so give the mic to. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Hilda Upuku. I work at UN Habitat on a project called Smart SDG Cities, together with the Ministry of Local Government and Ministry of Finance. And I want to say two things. First, a comment that based on the work from the ministry's side, in the implementation committees in the various cities, we have made sure that traditional authorities are represented, so they have a word saying at the local level. So there is ways of doing this to ensure that the representation is there. And I want to continue talking about representation because we have heard a lot here now, who is not in the room, who should have been here, and so on. I have really enjoyed this discussion. I think that we have come far. We are often saying that, you know, Ghana that, we have to be better at this and that. I think the conversation has really matured, so I enjoyed it a lot. But nobody talked about the women or social inclusion. We heard a couple of interventions from the floor, which kind of explains why it's important that women are also part of these panels, because urbanization is not a neutral thing. And I happened to be in this country even before the big modern urbanization took place. And if you go around in Accra or Kumasi these days, and even Tamale, you see that it is a very masculine approach to urbanization that is ongoing. And without, it's
Very
true.
macho.
And without representation of women where these decisions and these discussions are being made, you lose out a lot. So I'm not saying anything negative about what we have heard because it's been good, but I really want us to encourage SDG 5 to also be high on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. And I'm happy to say that tomorrow there will be a lot of women on the panels and also moderating panels. I think today was quite odd. And that's why we had the sponge. Wonderful. The last comment, and then Auntie Esther will tie the loose ends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the conversation is very enlightening, but the most important thing I want to bring our attention to is Article 240 of the 1992 Constitution. If we all leave this room and ensure that the local authorities are given certain autonomy, fiscal autonomy, a certain financing regime, that will let them take their decisions. And then we are having that belief in the capacity of the local authorities. We will not be doing anything at the top. Because everybody, where are the people? It's a national policy platform, bringing experts together to tinker with the issues and provide solutions. The granular actions are at the local level. How many people know where you live as your district? How many people tendered yourself for district level elections held recently? So decentralization.
240. Last one. Thank you. Bonus question, bonus comment for the gentleman. You raised your hand early, so.
So the point I want to add is that I've been involved in several projects where having a communication plan from the onset in terms of every intervention is key. But what we see in most parts of our world is that it's an afterthought. So from what the NCC boss said, I think almost all our intervention must start with what do we want to communicate to the people, because we need their buy-in to be able to do that. And I think that if we do that, then as professionals, our work, as somebody said, 50% will be sorted out.
Wonderful. Put your hands together for yourselves. We've been hearing from 4 very distinguished panel members. Dr. Ohini Safo, put your hands together for him. Dr. Peter Derry, Esquire. Dr. Kojo Yeboah, and Mr. Samuel Ajiman, who've been giving us very interesting perspectives. It's a lot that has been said, but I think it's clear we need a people-centered, nature-based, participatory approach with emphasis also on local language to urban resilience. Please welcome Auntie Esther to close us with a round of applause. Gentlemen, please. Thank you very much indeed.
Please give them a warm round of applause. And in particular, give my moderator a special round of acknowledgement. He's made it very exciting and wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day, more or less. The Deputy Minister was going to do the closing or summing up is unfortunately in Casablanca. So it's very difficult to get him to do that assignment. And so I have been charged to see what I can pull together. We've been here together the whole day. I'll try and talk to you just 5 minutes, and I'll live up to my 4:30 promise. But before I do that, somebody says she's lost her airport, black airport. You know what airports are? I don't, so it doesn't matter. So I'm even wondering if I'm pronouncing it right. So, yeah. Okay, having said that, I think quite a bit of ground has been covered today. I was wondering if I should, how much of this we should do. I think in the morning at the openings, I summarized quite a bit also. So from Professor Inkum's presentation, we considered the challenges in urban areas, the issues of climate change risks, disasters, vulnerability, congestion, even right down to climate-induced disasters, and then the vulnerability of global south countries, including ours, the issue of industrial pollution and emissions, global responses and outcomes, and the predictions that indicate that there will be considerable global warming over the next few centuries, the fact that our commitments in the global south by our governments have not been inspiring, and the contrast between achieving success and resilience in the short term, contrast between achieving success in resilience. And in the short term, climate change is creating losers and winners. He took us through the 2012 NUP, or National Urban Policy, and the fact that we need to press on because urban settlements are key drivers of economic and structural transformations. He led us through the new National Urban Policy, which is still in draft, or it's yet to be approved, in driving and promoting urban economic development and spatial integration, and seeking to transform urban settlements into prosperous, safe, and inclusive locations of sustainable development. He offered us strategies for consideration, including encouraging and strengthening public-private partnerships for urban resilience, promoting local activism, including activist roles for urban residents and associations in facilitating, implementing, and monitoring. And he also, so because of that, emphasizing local actions for successful and sustainable urban transformation. And then also the issues of strengthening institutional capacities and voices through an integrated approach with or whether we had been top-down, communication strategies, the involvement of professional bodies, and whether we could find a radical approach to solve these problems. We also considered how effective we had been through participation, especially with our assemblies, whether they are able to spearhead the involvement and engagement and reflection of the local level priorities. We talked also about land tenure systems, traditional authorities, and families, and their involvement in all of these discussions. We concluded on issues of alliances and attitudes and how to sustain application, and we are able to sustain implementation consistently. Under Mr. Avler's careful watch, we examined the issue from 3 perspectives: media and public advocacy, spatial planning, from the environmental and climate change dimension, sustainability issues. Dr. Hinesafu treated us with a perspective on urban resilience, indicating that we needed a systems perspective and how to bring every interest group into the circle and how to bring resources into solving the problem. One thing that he said which stuck with me, because I've been worried about that we are not course correcting midway. I mean, through the implementation, we are not looking to see how we can drive it in the right direction sufficiently. He talked about evidence, using the evidence to drive policy responses, and how we are losing out in that regard. He also indicated that our participation has been gendered from a defensive position, and there's also weariness around what we attempt to do as participation. Conversations help us to oil design. That's a quote I have for him. He also talked about the actors, who the actors are and their levels of activism, and the need for place-specific conversations. So Bernard summarized them as policy, participation, and place-specific. Dr. Kojo-Yeboah talked about some of the achievements, including the LUSPA Act, the supporting legislation, manuals, but he said the challenge was in the implementation, and the MMDAs who are charged with driving this process. but a lot of MMDAs had not prepared necessary special plans, were providing permits. But he said there had been some improvements so far. There was liaison with the local government service to develop a manual to train the MMDAs, and the preparation of special plans needed to go beyond just the physical planning department to have a more co-created, well, I'm saying co-created, and co-owned process of spatial planning. He, for instance, he advocated that the MMDAs designated spaces to help check infractions on misuse, and the enhancement of community involvement in planning, owning and jointly implementing, monitoring, and correcting would be useful. Is our climate resilience disheartening? Dr. Derry told us that climate change manifests every day, and we need to look out for that. And it requires both structural and non-structural solutions. Structural, involving the appropriate infrastructure; non-structural, looking at things like planning, climate-proofing MMDA plans, climate mitigation, including emissions and reductions, and various aspects. Indeed, both adaptation and mitigation, pollution, climate change, and biodiversity. And we needed to pay attention to climate change in order to attract other investments that will help us to address other developmental challenges. Samuel Agyemang talked to us about the critical resource that the media provided for leveraging partnerships, sending down the information, doing advocacy, and having impactful impacts. And you know, even though he commended the Journalism Academy, he made certain suggestions. For instance, the timing and how people could come, given morning commitments. Normally it's about 7 to 9 and all of those kinds of things. He talked about the composition of the people who get invited to participate in this, and how to identify strategic partners to be involved in there. And yeah, so because of that, he indicated that we do have a critical resource in the media, and we needed to partner them in that regard. Bernard also invited them to give us a one-off. I mean, when Madame talked about radical solutions, one-off, one thing, if they could have one thing, what would they say? Everybody was here, or he went down the trees, beyond the symbolism, what it could provide us. The urban transport corridors, providing shade, pedestrian-friendly cities, citing Singapore. Kojo went the human factor route, letting people know and feel that they are part of the solution. Dr. Derry went the nature-based solutions route, and he said, look, there are critical sources of funding that we need to explore and leverage. And Samuel he emphasizes media and communication and strengthening the accountability of the system. Feedback from the House indicated that we need to look at international good practice. For instance, today I have learned about sponge cities and attention to water absorption, the Singapore miracle. I mean, how they actually optimize, because I think Singapore is a very small place, so optimize what they had available. Today, we have been even encouraged to use and work through and work with the NCC as a public education institution, even as they activate their environmental governance mandate. Because it's a decentralized institution, we can get down to the doorsteps of our people in their language. The representation of traditional authorities. There was a concern that a nation has adopted a very masculine approach to urban development, the issue of inclusivity. I think one thing Professor Inkum could have told you is that the new draft attempts to be more inclusive, paying attention to gender issues and being more child-friendly. Article 240, the autonomy and the capacity of the local authorities, fiscal autonomy so that they can do what they do, or so that the finances will follow the functions, also came up. And the issue of a communication strategy, not being an afterthought, but carefully planned, intentionally planned, and consciously made part of policy making came up. So in conclusion, my people, the things that have come up include the fact that in our redefining and understanding our urbanization phenomenon and trend, we have to do it collectively as a nation. We have to do it inclusively, and we have to find out what responds to our circumstances. Flowing out of this collective redefinition, capacity issues will emerge. What capacities are required where? Again, we will also have to pursue this agenda through clarifying our institutional relationships and responsibilities. Who does what, when, and how? The issue of information, its availability, its dissemination, its timeliness, who needs to know what to act on what, has also come up. The issue of spatial plans, the availability of spatial plans which we abide by, which are enforced, which could even enhance our investment potentials and our economic and social development, has also come up, and how we disseminate these appropriately. Again, also another thing that has come up for me is how we leverage on available strengths, opportunities, and resources. In the issue of capacity, in the breakfast meeting, people talked about urban management specializations, or the phenomenon of having specialized city managers, not a generic run-of-the-mill type of governance for local governance, being applied indiscriminately to both urban and rural localities. The issue of partnerships has come up strongly, media engagement, and with other parties. The issues of enforcement, the issue of stakeholder participation, the place of citizens, traditional authorities, the rollout of our holistic long-term vision of where we want to take this country, given the fact that urbanization will not roll back, and it is unrelenting, it is a fact of the future, and we need to live up to it and respond to it, have all come up for me today. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where I'm at, this is what I heard, I hope you heard, and please put what you heard also on Slido so that we can access yours as well. Thank you very much. So, any announcements? No announcements? Anything else? Chairperson, do I have your permission to draw the curtain on today's proceedings? Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for your active engagement. Tomorrow we'll start bright and early. By 8:45, if you are here, I'll be delighted. By 9 o'clock sharp, we start. Tomorrow we have a full and an exciting day, so please come. Please, in the morning I lied. There's no dinner tonight. I think it's tomorrow. Let me get my facts right and get back to you. Okay, thank you all and good night. Bye-bye.
I'm
Hello. Hello. Please, past students of the Department of Planning, KUST, can you meet the professors at the front stage for a picture? Thank you.
First you go be the bad guy, then you go be the actor. Because I want feed my family, now make me feed my own guy laptop. You must alive for mommy, I thank God. My money big, you go need the tractor. If you be say you want carry my weight, you go need new gym instructor. Straight out of Benin, I drop in my EP 2019. The things say big bed you go finish. My music is traveling from India to Asia to Berlin. The thing may be pay me, be say una no one be believe. I will never forget this, and we bad belly them cast us away. Fast forward to today, every day in a holiday. Every day's in a holiday, oh yeah, day, oh yeah. Me and my guys, we the chill with the pop. Say we know they roll up. Say my circle, check a boss, we go give you last guy check up. Make you know yes, make you pray for the ability to catch up. No calculator, become my surplus and my road, don't be motion. Many nights where I don't sleep, where I don't sleep. Why is I go overseas? Still many people they love me, but I steady believe. One favor please, keep my family strong for me. God I day on my knees, straight out of Benin. I drop in my EP 2019. The things say big bed you go finish. My music is traveling from India to Asia.
Automatic, cause see traffic, you know I dey my lane. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Oh, le Bugami, Iyami, me then give me space. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Only me, go handle all the bills, only me. I don't pay my dues, only me. Now I don't want you to love you, only me, only me, only me, only me, only me. And let that soon, only me. I like it all, Lord, only me. You for the all day, only me, only me, only me. I'm losing sleep over nobody. I go alone, taking no baggage. See my life, me a two package. If you prove, but you collect that damage, I'm Miami garbage. I put the work and now so like a savage. The ones you love, but let's not take advantage. Give me your right, go safe, automatic, go see traffic, you know I dey my lane. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Oh, le Bugami, Iyami, me then give me space. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Only me, go handle all the bills, only me. I don't pay my dues, only me. Now I don't want you to love you, only me, only me, only me, only me, only me. And let that soon, only me. I like it all, Lord, only me. You for the all day, only me, only me, only me, only me. pàtẹ́wọ́ fọmọ ológo jọ̀wọ́. Pàtẹ́wọ́ fọmọ ológo jọ̀wọ́. I'm classy.
Ọlọ́ládé mi Àṣàkẹ́.
Ta ló gbọ́ tọ́lọ́hún? Ọmọ gbọ́n. Kò sẹ́nibọ́dì tó lọ́gbọ́n tọ́lọ́hún. Tí wọ́n bá bùgá ẹ̀ ò yá gbà fọ́lọ́hún. Àwọn tí wọ́n bùgá mi wọ́n ti sá pamọ́. Àwọn tí sá pamọ́ mi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Èmi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Àwa kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Èmi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Ọmọ no be me, she be na God. Carry me from down straight to the top. 2020 was you thought. Fall ground, almost gave up. Fún wọn lọ́mọ pé mo dẹ̀ jẹ́ lọ. Go naked in my room and speak to God. Baba God, I know sabi all. So guide me as I dey move on. Ta ló gbọ́dọ̀ lọ? Kò sẹ́nibọ́dì tó lọ gbọ́dọ̀ lọ. Tí wọ́n bá bùgá ẹ̀ ò yá gbà fọ́lọ́. Àwọn tí wọ́n bùgá mi wọ́n ti sá pamọ́. Wọ́n ti sá pamọ́ mi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Èmi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Àwa kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Èmi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Èmi kọ́. Ọlọ́run mà ní o. Brand new man. Tune into the king of sounds and blues.
The darkest days are waging war.
Only women and children are the important ones.
Where do we go from here? One day, this darkness will be history. And the light shall be on us till eternity.
I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you feel me, make me no divide. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. But I fool my eyes, but I'll be alright.
it breaks my heart. They ain't believing us. We the best music. They play themselves. While you hating and being jealous, you could be over here embracing that love. More blessings, more life. God did. You either win with us or you watch us win. DJ Khaled.
They want to stop. Oh, but look at us now. Oh, they counted us out.
Time to say a
They
prayer.
didn't think that we would make it. They didn't
Maybe bow our heads.
Oh, but I know God did. Oh, yes, He did.
God is great. Nosedive, they just praying that I crash. But those guys, they don't want to see you last. That Jacob $3 million above your tax. A tub full of